Council members of the public can view this meeting live on Channel 8, the city's website, and YouTube. Live Spanish translation services are being provided for tonight's council meeting by telephone. Please dial 720-386-9023 and use code 104091 *.
One of y'all read that, please.
Gran interpretación disponible en español en vivo por teléfono. Llame al 720-386-9023 e ingrese el código de conferencia 104091 #.
Thank you, Councilmember Dare. City Clerk is the host of the Zoom meeting. Speakers will be able to unmute yourself when recognized. We're going to start off our study session this evening with a presentation on the Neighborhood Watch Program. I'll invite Commerce City PD Commander Dave Mowry to present. All right, good job. Thank you. Moving to the next one.
I'm good with that. So. Okay. Good evening, everybody. I'm going to be doing a quick presentation here on our current community engagement programs that we have going on. First one we'll talk about, obviously coming up here on August 1st, is our annual National Night Out. For those of you who are aware or have had a chance to participate, National Night Out is when we have an opportunity to host several events throughout the neighborhoods. We sponsor different neighborhoods and communities and community groups to get together, bring people together, an opportunity for us to be able to speak with them about things that are going on, current events, make ourselves available to the public to be able to talk to them about any issues they may have at that time. The police department helps sponsor those groups. We have groups of police officers that get together and rotate through the different community groups within the city to be able to spend some time with each one of the neighborhood groups. We bring out other resources as well. The fire department comes out, ambulance crews, anything else we can do to have an opportunity to bring people together to be able to make ourselves available to them, and also for us to be able to promote the next program I'm going to talk about, our Neighborhood Watch program. Neighborhood Watch, essentially Neighborhood Watch are neighbors that, from the same area that get together to try to work on resolving issues within their communities in conjunction with law enforcement to prevent crime and basically become a volunteer set of eyes and ears for our organization. We focus on crime prevention. It is literally local homeland security at the residential level. We also have the ability to focus on educating the residents in the community on things that they can look out for. It's an opportunity for neighborhoods to be able to network. We had a very robust Neighborhood Watch program some years ago. Eventually it fell off. After COVID, the decision was made to try to bring that program back. After people being isolated for as long as they were, this was a great opportunity to re-energize communities to be able to meet with each other. And it gives the community a sense of empowerment. Some of the big benefits of the Neighborhood Watch program: it gives everybody a greater sense of security, responsibility, and personal control. We explain to people when we're presenting our Neighborhood Watch programs that they know much more about their communities than we ever will. They understand more when there's something that's not right with the neighborhood. They know more about when an unusual vehicle or people that they usually don't expect to be there. And they've got a greater ability to be able to let us know when they see things that are not right to them. It also is a chance for neighbors to be able to talk to each other as well about things that they are seeing. Once we develop those Neighborhood Watch programs, they have an opportunity to get together then and talk to other Neighborhood Watch programs within their communities to see if they're having similar problems and how they've been resolving them. It, like I said, builds the community pride and unity, brings people together, makes people feel involved, empowered within their communities to help work with us to solve crime so that it doesn't feel like we're just coming in and taking care of problems for them. For us, it gives us year-round support of volunteers. It helps us improve communication with the residents, builds that trust, the ability for us to be able to sit down and talk to them, gives us an opportunity to be able to train them on what to look for. We often, make the analogy that we talk about when we go out on an armed robbery call to a local convenience store. We always talk about the fact that the clerk can always give us an incredible description of the gun that was pointed at them, and usually nothing else. We teach people the things to look for, to be aware of, things to look for when an unusual vehicle comes in the neighborhood or if someone suspicious is walking through the neighborhood. And it creates well-trained, better informed, and better prepared citizens. One of the next things we're doing is a public information officer. This is a position that we've recently had to repost. Our goal for this person is once we get them on board is they'll serve as liaison between the police department and the community. Their primary role is going to be disseminate information into the community regarding any current events that are going on with the police department or any critical events that we end up having. Ultimately, a PIO builds trust and transparency in a way unique than what we can do when we do have something that's going on like that. And ultimately, the PIO will be able to assist on coordinating some of the things we were talking about. Community programs will be able to be more involved in helping to facilitate neighborhood watch meetings and things of that nature. Some of the programs that we get people involved in, both through our neighborhood watch program, then also through our district commanders quarterly meetings, are the 9 p.m. routine. This is a program where we essentially encourage residents within communities to have a routine every night. They go through a checklist of sorts to just kind of make sure that they're closing garage doors, locking vehicles, turning lights on, things of that nature, with the hope of getting people into those routines to help them ensure their own personal safety in their homes. Next one is lock it or lose it. Statistically, we have found that within our community, unfortunately, the majority of the vehicle trespasses and stolen vehicles that we have are the result of unlocked vehicles. So this program tries to encourage people to make sure that they're locking their vehicles at night and also not leaving anything within a vehicle that makes it an unintended target, such as laptops that are in plain view, property that's easily accessible, garage door openers, things of that nature. The other program we talk about is our Code Red or Reverse 911. This is an app that people can get through AdCom. This gives us an opportunity when we have critical incidents going on or shelter in place that we're able to notify residents of both immediate information of anything critical that's happening and then also be able to give that information when everything is secured as well. And then lastly, speaking briefly about our Citizens Public Safety Advisory Board, they have voted to take an active role in supporting the Neighborhood Watch and some of the other community programs, both including financially assisting with any marketing materials and also wanting to be involved with some of the marketing programs, as well as participation in the National Night Out programs. So that was very down and dirty. If anybody has any question for me or would like me to expand on any of those programs, I'd be happy to at this time.
Well, things I just wanted to thank you first for the presentation, and I also think this is an outstanding program that continues on because before Commander Hindle Grove left is he still with us? Did he leave?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, okay. He in 2001, I'd like to give kudos to him because when COVID was going on, he even started a neighborhood watch on our block and held Zoom meetings, et cetera, and then wanted to give a big shout out to the police department and the fire department because the annual National Night Out is really a big success. I've been doing it even before I was on city council, and I think that's a really great event and hope other residents continue to participate that and the neighborhood watch. Commander Darlin is working on our neighborhood watch signs actually being placed, and I think it's a great event. And then also just think the gift cards should be increased though for National Night Out because we usually end up spending our own expenses to make it a good event for everyone. But thank you for everything you do.
Thank you very much.
Is there any way that you can involve kind of diversity, equity, inclusion so there's no implicit bias sometimes for those neighborhood watch communities? Just so we don't repeat issues of people calling in just because they're not used to being in that space, even if they are a neighbor, so that it doesn't cause more problems than it was trying to resolve.
And that's it's a really good question. And one of the things we try to do, and we start to promote these early on in the quarterly command meetings to try to get those messages out so we can bring together, because ultimately understanding with some of these, the goal for us is not to have individual people that feel comfortable with all of them reporting, but to have that centralized area that they can report to a neighborhood watch captain so that we've got a focal area that information can be disseminated out to us rather than these individual people that are feeling those responsibilities of always having those problems. So that's the goal, is when we have these initially the larger meetings, that eventually, when we first do the presentation, it is for a group of people that has expressed interest in participating, and we will host it usually at the rec center with a large amount of people, and then give those people a chance to identify people within their neighborhoods that would like to be involved, and then identify a block captain or a neighborhood watch captain. Once we have that group identified, we provide the resources and the training, and then they can start working with those individuals to give them that resource, that outlet to report those things out directly to them.
Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Thank you for this too.
Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am.
How do you envision it working when, for example, probably, let's say every other night, by the next morning, I've been getting a ring notification that there's been a car theft at 4:30 a.m. And it's crazy that it's 4:30 a.m. consistently. So it would seem that if there was some sort of neighborhood watch coming, that maybe they would be able to do something about these car thefts. Would that be of any help overnight, or has it, would it work at all at that hour?
Absolutely. And one of the things you bring up is very important, is that for the neighborhood watch program to be successful, it's not just the neighborhoods providing us information of things going on. It's making sure that we also have a central focal point that we can provide information of things that are happening within a community as well, within a neighborhood watch captain to be able to get that information out. So if we're aware that we're having a certain area that's getting hit hard with a certain crime, we can get that information out to those neighborhood watch captains to help get that information to let people know, look, we're getting hit hard in this area. Here's the things to look out for. Here's what we're seeing on Ring doorbells. Here's descriptions of vehicles that we're having leaving these areas. Because it doesn't do any good if we only receive that information. If we're not also giving it out, when we're having statistical information about a certain neighborhood that's getting hit hard, then we're only getting one half of what we can get out of that program. So absolutely, it is very important that we have the opportunity to give that information and pass it on as well.
Seems like somebody who strikes at 4:30 a.m.
Absolutely.
has some sort of modus operandi operating.
Absolutely, absolutely.
All right, I'll do that.
Perfect, thank you. Yes, sir.
Hey, so first and foremost, thanks for the presentation altogether. And honestly, I think from even before on council, yourself, at the time, Sergeant Jenkins, and even Deputy Commander Sater would actually show up to the rec center to try to help promote the neighborhood watch program. And we tried so hard, so many times, to get somebody actively involved, to get groups, whether it's groups within the area, to basically become block captains or whatever the case is, and that has failed. More recently, I think the reason why it failed, let's be bluntly honest, is we had somebody who sabotaged the program because they didn't like the information that was being pushed out. And I won't go into detail on that. But a couple of questions is since that conversation we had prior to me being on council and all till today, I mean, has there been any new neighborhood watch program stood up, whether it's the north, south, or even on the west side of the arsenal?
There has. So currently, right now, we still only have the one neighborhood watch program in the south that's active, but we've had 2 others that have reached out. In the north, we have 4 active programs that are going on, and I know that we've had several others that are in different stages. The hardest part with that is that we consider anything from somebody reaching out asking additional information to the point that we're preparing to host an event like you participated in. That kind of falls under that barometer of in progress programs. And so we have a number of those. And to your point, one of the hardest things, and unfortunately where we see the biggest failure in the watch program is, and we explain when we're telling people what neighborhood watch is, at the same time we're explaining what it is not. And that is not a police-led program. It relies heavily on community involvement. And without that, unfortunately, that's when we see these things fall by the wayside. What we have been doing is the ones that we do have active, we have been, whatever we can do, bless you, to reach out to them and make sure, hey, if it's time that we get a meeting together that we can host, get some training out to you, even an update on anything that's going on, we have been having those conversations with them to encourage those meetings to keep them going. And then when we do get notifications that people are interested, we're reaching out to them as frequently as possible to say, I know you've expressed interest, where are we at with that? I think some of the things that's helped out is we've had some better opportunity recently to be able to formalize some of the resources we've been providing, which I think has made a big deal. We've had the signs that we've had made up now that we've been able to put in the neighborhoods. The packets that we put together for information on how to start a program, we now available digitally. Some things we're able to send out to people automatically when they ask us for questions. So whatever we can do to try to get those things started and then maintained. But you're right, Council, it is absolutely a challenge.
The other thing too is that you mentioned your PIO, you had to re-advertise. What happened?
So we went through a testing process. We narrowed it down to a few candidates, and unfortunately, process didn't work out with what we had available to us. So we've reposted the position to start again.
A couple other questions too I have is regarding the neighborhood watch program. I know there's probably a lot of resources online and stuff like that, but has there been thoughts of maybe, and this could be an asinine idea altogether, but I mean, just trying to put some informational signs or whatever the case is around different neighborhoods to identify, hey, did you know that CCPD actually has a neighborhood watch program? Hey, would you want to be involved? Here's who to contact.
So the signs that we're currently putting up that we give to people for Neighborhood Watch also has the information on the bottom
Right.
line on some more of that. So beyond that, though, we have also taken more advantage of some of the social media to kind of push that out as well. But yes, absolutely.
And then the last question too is regarding your advisory board. What exactly are you doing to support the neighborhood watch program? What do you know what they're currently working on?
As far as the Neighborhood Watch program specifically, they've just asked. Right now, they've been asking me a little bit more information about those programs, how they get involved. They'd like to be able to see some of those. We recently, at the last advisory board, had citizens that had come in and ask questions about that. So I think that was a wonderful opportunity to have them see firsthand a citizen's perspective on what they need and what that can potentially do for them. So at this point, it's just been more than, I would say, more commitment of wanting to be involved in that program, find out more about it, and find out what they can do to help support it and get that information out.
You know, a lot of houses around here nowadays have like cameras all over the place. So obviously with the neighborhood watch program to be set up successfully too. And, you know, to your point, the 4:30 a.m. Car burglaries or whatever, if you have like a whole neighborhood watch program in that area, you can reach out to all those neighbors and say, hey, can you check your ring cam at this time or check your camera at this time, see what vehicle's passing by? Because you can almost follow that vehicle all the way through out of the neighborhood or out to wherever else. So anyways, but thank you so much for the presentation. I was looking forward to this one for sure. Thank you.
Douglas?
So what kind of commitment should a block captain expect?
We're very honest with the block captains because obviously, you know, once we kind of hand that program over to them, they become that person that's responsible for facilitating those meetings and keeping their groups involved and connected. You know, we certainly make ourselves available as a resource to that block captain when they would like information on additional training, or if they would like us to come in and provide current statistics of anything that's going on within their areas. But to your point, it's a lift. Usually we will find sometimes they will split the responsibilities of the block captain between one or two houses, especially in some of the areas like South Lawn and Reunion, where we start to find they start to mushroom cloud out a little bit. We actually recommend at that point they start dividing up those areas so it's not such a heavy lift for one block captain. As and the good side of that though is we're seeing that start to spread out as the information gets out, the signs come out, and people start asking, do you have one in my area? We do, and we can provide them that information as the neighborhoods grow out more. The block captains will start dividing up those responsibilities among several residents.
And then they're supposed to have meetings. Is there a time factor involved as far as what they're supposed to provide? Is it like a monthly thing or is
We
it?
recommend monthly meetings, and then we also will provide to the block captains kind of a how-to, you know, they can set up, you know, if you decide to have a monthly meeting, here's a way to do it. Here's the training that you can do. Here's a way to go through it. And here's probably the point you want to get us back involved again. But because they're so neighborhood-based, our recommendation to them is at least after we get them started, that first handful of meetings is just with those groups so they can establish that sense of self-unity and kind of creating their own thing without law enforcement being in the back. So, so we usually recommend monthly meetings, and then after about 6 months, have us come back in, see how things are going, provide updates of what's going on, any other training that we can do at that point.
And where do they usually have their meetings? Are they expected to open up their home?
Usually they do. Usually what they'll do is they'll do their monthly meetings in their homes. If they want to do a larger meeting, or if they'd like to do a training with the PowerPoint, we told them we will absolutely host that at a rec center or a location that works better for them. In the summertime, we've been encouraging them to do it in parks. Inside, we've done some in the schools, so we will facilitate whatever meetings that they request.
So if they were to do it at the rec center, would that room be provided free of charge for them?
Yes,
or-
it would.
Okay. All right, very good. And if you went on our website and Googled neighborhood watch, would that packet come up then for people to review?
I don't believe we have that on our website.
So it's not on the city's website?
I don't believe so, ma'am. So I can certainly look into that to double check. I believe that right now we're just providing that, I'll have to double check. I apologize. I don't know off the top of my head. I know we provide that information at the meetings, but I don't know what information. we have
Okay, yeah,
available.
because I heard you say that it was available digitally, so
Yes, so
so that would be like through an email then?
yes, ma'am. Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
so if somebody emailed you and asked you for that information,
Yes.
get it to you.
I
Absolutely.
gave him his personal cell phone number to everybody.
And they've used it.
missed that memo.
It works. So,
Who prizes you can write?
I can certainly have some before my next presentation. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you. Oh, one other question. What kind of geographical area would that block captain be expected to be responsible for? Would it be like several blocks wide and long, or?
We usually try to encourage them to keep it to maybe a couple few blocks. Just because to really be able to engage with the residents, and most of the block captains, that's what they try to do. They try to go door to door, even if they can't get a resident that's interested in participating in the program. It's still important for them to be able to provide information. So we show them formats for flyers and things that you can say, you may not be involved, but if you'd like to, here it is. And here's some stuff you might want to know. And that includes information on our 9 p.m. programs. That includes information on Lock It and Lose It. So we give them those resources that they can at least hand out to neighbors. So we do try to recommend that they keep it small so they can have that immediate contact with residents.
Thank you. I appreciate the presentation and the answer to all the questions.
Kim,
Thank you, Mayor. One last question. What is it that city council can do for you guys with regards to the National Night Out and also with the neighborhood watch?
National Night Out, again, I know historically in the past, council has come out to those, which I think again it's just such a great opportunity. So I certainly encourage if council is available to come out to those. Certainly, providing that information from us on where we're going to have those and the groups of officers who come out. But I think that's a tremendous opportunity right there. And because of the fact that we have tremendous support in city council, it's again one of those great opportunities for law enforcement and city council to be together at a community event to be able to address issues simultaneously that are coming up. So I think to be there with us, it's just a tremendous opportunity to be able to deal with those things together.
All right, thanks.
go ahead, ask Shirley a question.
I got no other questions.
I know you got another one.
I
I know you can't stop with that.
Oh, wait a minute.
Thanks, sir. Appreciate you being here. Thanks for all the information. All right, Dr. Russo, can we squeeze you in?
Mayor, sorry to interrupt, but I don't think Roll was speaking.
It's a study session. We don't take roll during study sessions.
Yeah.
You like
Great, thanks. Hi, sir.
Transfer difference here.
The Dell show.
Busy day. That's what. Skywork has the one.
What's
What is it? Those are two. They're cool. You need to throw them in a microwave.
Should I jump in?
Are we?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, good evening. I'm going to start tonight with legislative and regulatory updates. So this is our new quarterly, I'm not sure of our new title, but I think it's going to be Environment and Equity and Energy.
Sounds good to me.
Okay, so the two things I wanted to start with were there are two rulemaking processes going on that I think the city should be party to. One is the GEMS, and I'm going to talk about that in more detail. The other one is a methane, oil, and gas intensity rulemaking. And for the oil and gas rulemaking, basically, it's a rulemaking about verifying emissions and not relying on facilities data. And so there's 42 other cities and counties, and we are absent from that party. And so I think it would be a great benefit for us, even though we don't have active oil and gas, we do have methane emissions. And so that's something I just wanted to bring up, and I'll talk about that more June 5th. And then regarding GEMS, and I have another slide about GEMS, but there will be a public meeting about GEMS in Spanish at Eagle Point. So if people are interested in the GEMS rulemaking, it's very complicated rulemaking, and it's there was a lot of changes at the last minute. And so I think it's important that community members get to weigh in. The next project I wanted to talk about was this Air Quality Enterprise Fund project. So this is, it's a grant, and we put in a letter of intent to apply. This is a really interesting grant because it will be 5 cities and 2 atmospheric scientists and a toxicologist from CU. And the whole idea is to take all this data of all the monitors along the Front Range and see how it impacts Commerce City. So it's really Broomfield, Erie, Longmont, Boulder, helping Commerce City. So it's not new monitors, it's looking at all this data and comparing notes and looking at different models that CU has and that CU Anschutz has in terms of health. And so it'll be a really for $197,000. And so we put our letter of intent in on that one. In terms of CDPHE, we are working with them about the green business networking. And so I've reached out to about 20 businesses so far. Right now, all the businesses can get free LED replacements. And then later in the summer, we're going to put in a grant proposal to not just replace LEDs, but replace any kind of refrigeration, HVACs. So it's a really great opportunity for businesses to get some assistance. But I think some of the businesses might think, oh, these are the auditors. Do I really want them in my business? But these aren't regulatory people. These are business people, and I've worked with them for years and years. And so it's another great opportunity for Commerce City. The other grant that's coming up was that Dr. Cog grant. So we put our letter, we're a recipient, a sub-recipient. The prime is going to be Dr. Cog. So they have all the information they need from Commerce City. And then the other big submittal we put in was an environmental justice government-to-government grant. And that's to do healthy homes, help weatherize homes throughout the community, be able to supply free air filters for people if they're interested, and also to cover an outreach person that could help, a bilingual outreach person that could help me if we get this right. So just a few more words about GEMS. Maybe you guys are tired of me talking about GEMS, but GEMS is going to pertain to Suncor. So the whole idea of GEMS is to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, or sometimes you hear people say CO2e. But basically, whenever you reduce greenhouse gas emissions, you also reduce NOx and SOx and VOC. So NOx and SOx are all those things that cause ground level ozone. So this is just one project I did up in Fort Collins, and we were just trying to illustrate how important when you reduce greenhouse gases, what the co-benefits are. So this was a little project, reduced greenhouse gases by like 2,000 metric tons. But then you see these other co-benefits. And so why I've been so active in this whole GEMS process is because now one of the options is they might be allowed to trade emissions, or they might be allowed to reduce their emissions at a different facility outside our community. That's not in our best interest. Or they can invest in carbon capture and underground storage. And so basically, if that's that option, we're subsidizing their research. And if the research doesn't work, rather than reducing air pollution, they've just tried to do these injections. And so that's just my personal opinion about it, but I think we should be party to it. Again, most of the Front Range communities are parties to GEM. I know Councilmember Chacona's been involved in some of the stakeholder meetings. And so I just wanted you to be aware of those. Then in terms of Suncor, a few of the meetings ago, the mayor expressed concern, as well as council people, about the notifications and sort of the confusion about these different notifications. And so Caltamano and myself met with CDPHE, and then city leadership also met with CDPHE and put together sort of a list of the different notifications that are available, the differences between them, and then we expressed our concerns about the gaps between information about health and timeliness. And so when we put together this list, there's like a federal emergency notification, there's a state emergency notification. One is just about air pollution emissions. One is about like tornadoes, hurricanes. One comes from Suncor. And then we have one about general air quality. And then we have our own city website. So there's 5 different notification systems. So it is confusing. So I put together a list. We put that on the website, but we're going to have a follow-up meeting because CDPHE wanted to go back and see what their resources were. Because basically what we expressed to CDPHE is that we want more information about acute health impacts. And we want it in a timely manner, not like 2 days later, so people are worrying for 48 hours what the next step is. And then I share that with the recreation staff too. So, one thing that, even though there's these 5 agencies, really what it comes down to is a lot of times communities members ask who they trust. So at Eagle Point, the staff at Eagle Point was like, how do I answer these questions? We're getting all these questions. And so now that we have that list together of not just who's in charge, but a person's name, a number of people want to call, or the website, their email. And so people have more resources available. And then switching gears a little bit to oil and gas. So there's a few issues going on related to oil and gas. One is Settlers Crossing. So that's a development application that got submitted to the city. It's not for a well, it's for a development, but there was a plugged and abandoned well within that area. And so I've been trying to coordinate with the Colorado Gas Conservation Commission about their records. Because we have records about the well and when the well was plugged, but we don't have any information about flow lines. So I had a concern about flow lines, and basically somebody could plug a well but not take up the flow lines. And then what could happen, is maybe somebody's putting in a pool and suddenly they don't know flow lines there and they go down and there's an explosion. So I think at some point we really should look at our regulations too and address flow lines. Broomfield just amended their oil and gas rules to work with flow lines. The other issue going on is the PDC spacing notice. So PDC is the operator. They're operating outside Commerce City, but because of how far the fracking goes, there was spacing notification to some residents within Commerce City. They had contacted me about these two other plug-in abandoned wells. One is in our growth area and one is outside it. I wasn't terribly concerned with these wells because they were dry wells. So sometimes there's a well that's just put in for exploration and there's never any oil or there's never any gas. So a dry well is sort of the least dangerous. And so these were dry wells. And so I just wanted you to be aware of that. PDC also put out a notice about setbacks, and that notice went to people that are adjacent to where their site is. And again, it's outside Commerce City. And then today, if you didn't see the news, the governor signed Senate Bill 23-285, changing the name, which is good because I can never pronounce it, from you know what I mean, to the Energy Carbon Management Commission. So it will now be the ECMC. And basically they are taking on other responsibilities, geothermal, deep geothermal, and then underground natural gas storage. And this becomes effective July 1st. And then in terms of more positive, the environmental section, I have met with our Center for Innovation, Armando and Trenton, and we're trying to integrate some of the goals and targets from the Sustainability Action Plan into the strategic plan. I'm continuing to work with the National Renewable Energy Lab on that solar technical assistance grant. So they're helping us with procurement. They're helping us look at our baseline levels of solar within the community. They do best management from different cities around the nation. And so it's been a really valuable technical assistance. In terms of empowerment, we've launched these monthly challenges. So it's with staff and community members. We just had our first prize drawing, some solar lights. One of our staff members converted her whole front yard into native plants and drought tolerant plants. And she estimates she's going to save $600 a year. And so the whole idea of the monthly challenges is just giving people an idea of 4 or 5 activities they could try to engage in conservation. And then the last one, and this is internal, but I think it's of interest. We're developing a lending library for staff to build capacity. So I probably have about 25 movies and probably about 100 books. And so I'm bringing them in and hopefully like having a reading group or having a mindful movie series where people can learn more in depth about some of the issues. And we continue to track the Justice 40. So the Justice 40 was basically saying that DIC communities should be getting 40% of the grant funding, federal and state grant funding. So we're continuing to watch what comes out of the Justice 40. even though you have not approved the Sustainability Action Plan, I am doing work on it. I was gonna present May 8th, but it got postponed till June 26th. But I'm continuing to work on these different sectors. So we have measurable targets identified, we have resolutions identified. I think there's 6 or 7. And I just want to reiterate the importance of passing resolutions that are related to the Sustainability Action Plan is the way to be more competitive on grants. So the solar grants, the EV grants, any of these environmental justice grants, one of the categories you get points for is, do you have a sustainability action plan? That's a check. Do you have a sustainability action plan with measurable targets? That's another check. And so the resolutions that are gonna come forward in the next 2 months are the measurable targets. Another resolution that's very important is Lotus's contract is expiring. There's still money within the contract, so we just need to extend the time period for the contract. So that's will be coming forward the June 5th. And then the 2 other things I talked about the Sustainability Action Plan, but I've also worked on a grid and a schedule. And so basically on that grid, it has all the different projects that I think should be our priority projects. A lot of these projects you want to sequence. And so it's sort of a sequence of projects. It's also a list of like events that are coming up so we can make sure they're all up on the website. And then the different grants that the city is going for is on that grid. And so it's sort of a short term and a long term. And when I refer to long term, so it's like immediate actions or maybe 3 to 5 years. And then long term actions, there's in the sustainability arena, we look 10 years, 20 years down the road. So the grid goes out that far. And then last, I developed a 2024 budget that I shared with city leadership. And so, again, just talking about like staffing and the projects that, EPAC had really identified and projects that this internal team, the ones that rose to the top, a lot of them were about restoration and tree canopies and community gardens.
I think something interesting there. If it gets signed, which I'm 98% sure it's about to get signed, Senate Bill 23-280 created a mitigation fund. I know because I'm going to be managing it for the state through an enterprise, but it goes for communities impacted by oil and gas transportation. And we are the only qualified, we are the most qualified in the entire state. It will push $6.6 million roughly to Adams County, but within Adams County, we're the only qualified applicant per the purview of the bill. 21, so it's $10 million a year. We out of Commerce City have about 62% of the fuel is transported out of Commerce City for the state. The other 21% comes from Aurora at the Magellan pipeline, so they get 21% of those funds, or 2.1 million a year. And then the rest is kind of spread out. Grand Junction gets a small amount for their connection to the fuel train out of Suncor. There's a very small piece out of Dolores County, and then Falcon, Colorado has the other pipeline from Suncor. So they'll get a small portion too. But that's $6.6 million a year that can go to water cleanup and air cleanup. It can go to air monitoring systems. It can go to all of that. And the industry self-imposed this against Suncor's will. So they're not happy with Suncor's continued mistakes either. So they're doing this to try to help us take our own action on mitigation and give us a fund to do so. And it's like a 10-year program. So it's really for us, it's like $66 million potentially. There's obviously going to be a discussion at the county how that all works out. I don't see them having a qualified location, if you will, that they can look to that isn't fully surrounded by Commerce City So we would have to be 100% partner in anything they did anyways. And so I think it could probably be looked at as like a share between us and the county, but in all reality, everywhere that's impacted is in Commerce City. And so that could be a huge fund towards everything you're talking about, as long as, you know, the parameters will probably be further defined in some type of rulemaking, but to be honest, it's like the easiest thing for me to manage, even because it's a pass-through enterprise.
Okay.
Meaning we'll probably have once a year meeting with Transportation Commission, telling them, hey, this is how much was received. It was the full 10 million. It was divvied up just as the bill says. And then the next year we'll report back on the, you know, quality projects that were done with those funds. And so it's not going to be, there is no like bureaucratic middleman in this one. It's a pure pass through. So it's nice. It's nice for me too, because it's like the easiest thing to manage in the world. So
What, could you give me the number?
23,280. It was passed on the final day of session. And so it's just passed to the governor on the 15th.
Okay,
Nice.
yeah, that sounds great.
Plus that it was passed through. So I don't have to complicate.
The Gem 2, that's a draft right now, correct? So looking at all these companies on here, Suncor, Molson, Avago, Microchip, JBS, all those people, they're gonna be forced to reduce their emissions.
Right, so it's
Like-
20% from their 2015 emissions. So there's like, I think 18 facilities in all. A lot of the facilities have already done amazing reductions. Some are at like a 40%. Suncor's at a 1%.
Yeah, and they're saying Suncor by 2030, 13% on here on the draft, right? So my main question is regarding with these companies that are on here, have any of them actually like rebutted back or say, hey, we're not gonna be able to do this by then? Or, I mean, you know, have you heard anything like that?
The only industry feedback was that and it's was legit, is that one of the facilities expanded since 2015, and so they talked to the state about how that interplays with when your production facility expands. And so that's the only industry that was really fighting anything, and so they're looking at that issue. And you know, and some of them like Avago and there was another one from Fort Collins.
Oh, the
Maybe Anheuser-Busch.
Anheuser-Busch.
Yeah, so that those two industries, and I agreed with them. You know, they when it first started, it was like everybody has to do 20%, and they didn't really look at what people had done before 2015,
Yeah.
and it sort of penalized the companies that were being more responsible. And so I thought that was a legitimate you know, discussion to bring up with the state.
Cool.
None of the other industries besides Suncor have really talked about doing reductions at different facilities, and so that's why I'm concerned.
A few things here. On one of the applications, there was something about air quality sensors and monitors. Is there anything in any of these applications that would provide monitors or sensors for homes?
Yeah, so the EJ government to government, that's for air monitors in the homes. So that's one, Denver's the lead on it, and we're the sub on it.
So Commerce City residents can obtain these monitors.
If the grant's funded.
Okay, if the
Yeah.
grant funds. And that continues to be something that's of major importance to me. And I did send in an email to staff today that showed on a map that there are no air monitors between 88th and Greeley on the east side of I-25. So when it comes to the smoke that we're seeing from these wildfires, we're not really getting an accurate report because the monitors are elsewhere. Then let's see, the PDC energy discussion. So the spacing notification, I spoke with the attorneys late this afternoon. The spacing notification is for deeper formations. So it's not going broader, it's going deeper. So that's what an amendment was received
Okay, the second
by
amendment.
residents who live within a quarter mile of the perimeter of the spacing unit. That's where my confusion came from. But it is the Outlook neighborhood. That is a Commerce City neighborhood. It has Brighton and Loch Bowie zip codes. So I think that there's a certain amount of confusion on COGCC's part because we are a DI community and there's supposed to be special consideration for being a DI community. It's 24 wells. They had drilled one well to keep the permit active. And so now it would be about doing the next 23. Today was the last day to protest, but there will be potentially opportunities to speak at a COGCC hearing potentially, but it is administrative approval. It's on fast track. And again, this is unincorporated Adams, cited in unincorporated Adams County. Commerce City did not approve this site, Adams County did. But it fracks into Commerce City. This is the first one to frack into Commerce City.
Can we go back to Brighton? So you said that the zip codes at the end, I think you CC'd me on that email, but it was Brighton, and what was the second one?
Loch Bowie.
Loch Bowie, okay.
Yeah. And then just to clarify again, you're doing the sustainability report on June 26th?
It's actually June 12th.
Oh, June 12th. Okay, good. Because I had let residents know it was June 12th, so
Yeah,
I
June
was
12th.
thinking, okay, I'm gonna have to send out another email. And the other thing on the sustainability, in terms of your key points, I think that after going to Growing Water Smart in Estes Park with the team, that we really are going to have to include water as one of the important points going forward, that it can't strictly be, I mean, that has to be one of the issues going forward.
Yeah, so one of the sectors is water quality and water quantity. So it's looking at conservation, and then it's also looking at our water quality issues that we
Yes,
have.
and we do have a landscape code, of course, that prohibits any xeriscaping, or as they called it, a Growing Water Smart Colorado scaping in tree lawns. So I hope that that will be something we'll be discussing upcoming as well.
Mhm. Yeah, it's on the agenda, and I think I mentioned it, but when I first got here, I looked at our plant list, and so I identified plants that were both native, drought tolerant, and fire resistant. So now we have on our approved plant list. The other one was vines, because I've noticed when I drive through Commerce City, there's a lot of metal fencing. And so I think having vines that are also like fire resistant is a good way. So I've shared that with all the planners, so
Okay,
they
good.
know it.
And also, there are some models in other cities that have done all the heavy lifting. Plus, there were opportunities for a free consultation to help us draft that kind of stuff. But I believe that Jenna Hahn and Nathan Chavez will be coming forward at another meeting, right? To present what we learned and then provide those opportunities for the city, because we can get a lot of stuff accomplished without having to do a lot of heavy lifting or putting out a lot of funds.
And South Adams has some training opportunities that we posted on the website that they're hosting. I don't know if they were at the conference.
And I do hope that South Adams County Water participates, because this is their water, this is their district, and it shouldn't all fall on the back of the city. The district should be contributing to helping us with conservation and rewarding those who also conserve without just simply reducing their bill.
Well, I've had conversations with Teresa Fries of South Adams County about the monthly challenges, and I said I think we should dedicate one just to water. There's a great one. It was called the Mayor's Challenge. It happens in April, but some of the same principles. It's called a 40-gallon challenge, and it's like a list of 10 things people can do to reduce their water use.
That'll be good. Zero escaping or Colorado escaping is not a simple issue, so it will require discussion for sure. Thank you. Thanks for the presentation. Oh, and thank you very much for the information, Councilmember Hurst, about the
money, yeah.
oh, which reminds me, there is very much a transportation, oil and gas transportation smack in Commerce City that's wrapped on 3 sides by Commerce City. That's the DuPont Magellan pipeline at on Primaria.
Been writing this over.
Pardon me?
I've been
It's
writing
at
it over.
Primaria and 80th, across the street from DuPont Elementary. So DuPont Elementary should really have air monitors and air sensors, given that they are across the street from, I don't know, I can't even count the tanks that are there. There's at least a dozen tanks.
Air monitoring was
Storage tanks.
one of the top things that was talked about and possible uses for the funds, so it shouldn't be a problem.
Yeah, and in fact, on the Outlook wells, the 24 wells are part of 72 wells in total for already approved and fracking sites within a mile of Commerce City's northern border. So that's another good reason we need that addressed. Okay, thank you,
Councilmember
sir.
Chacon?
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Russo. I see you everywhere, so I know you are a busy lady. Some things to just update about the GHG to give context to, and I don't know the latest proposal that you've seen because I know that they've had another alternative proposal. Does it still undershoot GHG reductions for the sector? I know that it delays meaningful emission reductions. It inappropriately has broad training. That was the biggest concern, is that it's not going to address DICs. Failure to protect ultimately or prioritize pollution reductions in those DICs was the biggest issue that we're having. Complicated compliance options erode protections and undermine statutory intent. So it's basically, one of the biggest ones that I personally had with it is it's a pay into a state managed fund. It's technically a polluter's fund for your health and safety. And that starts getting into a really egregious state of, is it okay to do that to a community based on their health, basically shorten their lifespan if we give them money. I don't think we should ever condone or set that type of precedence. And I can tell you all the EJ reasons why. We're actually meeting with the governor tomorrow about cumulative impacts, things like that, because they're also concerned about the rulemaking as well. And I do completely side with you. This is the worst rulemaking that I've seen in a really, really long time. That I think Commerce City does need to just understand the context of what it implies for the next 20 years.
Yeah, it seemed a little disingenuous. We met for 9 months, like twice a week, and twice a month. And, and sort of at the last moment was that all of a sudden there was a state fund. And I think it has to do with the Colorado Oil and Gas Commission, their image change and them wanting to try to promote innovative technologies. And I agree with that, but I don't think at the expense of reducing air pollution within this community.
That's why we're meeting with the emerging tech, is because we're asking them for cumulative impacts. We're not just asking for air monitoring, but air, water, and health and safety monitoring with community members. So I know where you're coming from on Gem 2, and I would love to fill the council in on everything that's already made public on this side too. When it comes to that.
Yeah, just a real quick question. What's the rule on above ground pipelines? Because there's a fracking station that's within our growth boundary, but in unincorporated Adams County. And they have those concrete pumping pipes basically running from that development out east, and they cross the streets and goes over some farmland. They even have a little crossing thing for the cattle that on some of the land that is going through. And so I was just kind of curious about what the regulation on that is.
So pipelines are really complicated because some are regulated by the feds and then some are regulated by the state. And so if you know the location, I could find out some more information about it. There's also a rulemaking about pipeline safety that I didn't bring up because there's just so many hours in the day. But they are looking at pipeline safety and being more transparent, because it's very hard to get information on pipelines.
It's 128th
Okay,
between Piccadilly and Gun Club Road.
So that's on the north side of the airport,
okay.
right here, Piccadilly heading east.
Yeah.
I will look into it and get back with you.
Thank you.
Member Douglas?
Bless you.
I guess I have a question for you, Oscar. Do you know about how many miles of that above ground pipeline?
Drove by it and it actually cuts across Gun Club Road, so you have to drive over it. It just seemed kind of odd that you have rubber pipeline just like stretching out.
Got a few questions for you, Dr. Russo. Thank you for the presentation, as always. Are we ever gonna find out like where the water is coming from and how much water is being used for future drilling?
So we did ask Civitas that question. We sent them a letter that said their application is incomplete until they answer those questions. One was about pipelines and one was about the water use. And so, I mean, we know that South Adams County isn't providing any production water. And so they haven't answered the question.
Alrighty. You also mentioned, you said something about didn't want to see an explosion if somebody dug a swimming pool. What about digging a foundation?
Yeah, it's the same idea. It's like we need to know where the pipelines are, and we need to know where flow lines were and if they were properly plugged.
So we don't know where flow lines are at this point in pipelines. Maps of where existing.
For plug and abandoned pipelines, historically, we've not tracked that. Historically, when we've actually had plug and abandoned wells within the city, they were required to go through a building permit process so that we had some documentation. That was spotty in the early years. I'll say between the 2000 and 2010s. And we saw some better progression with that over time, and we've been much more stricter with getting that since 2019. But having an exact location and where those have been demarcated, we have not typically done that as a local municipality, and that would be on the responsibility of who is abandoning those wells to provide us with those records. So they should have those, and we should be able to request those and provide those to the developer so that they're aware.
Yeah, I think that's something that we should be proactive on myself. That's really important. And then you said something about a plugged-in abandoned well near the Edmondson site. And I thought you had said that there were 3 and 2 of them were under homes.
I was gonna follow up this. Let me just say that they mentioned 2 wells that are outside of Commerce City, you said, or outside of where? Because in Outlook, there are 3 plugged-in abandoned wells that I was sending an email to the attorney about tomorrow to ask that very question. I mentioned them at another meeting that they're 30 to 50 years old. They were plugged 30 to 50 years ago, and it was a concern that it could be involved in a frack hit or something if they were fracking under there.
The one I did have a map. I didn't have it in my presentation, but I had a map at the end.
Oh, you have a map for where they're
So
located?
these were the ones that PDC talked to me about. So these were dry wells.
Okay, there are 3 wells in Outlook. So Outlook is a neighborhood you see right there?
Yeah.
There are
Okay.
3 plugged-in abandoned wells in Outlook.
Okay.
And I have the names.
Okay.
One is in the park and 2 are not.
I will look into that as well.
I had one more
Thank you
question.
for reminding me.
You bet. Yeah, that caught my attention.
So, well, just before, I'm sorry, let me just answer one other thing. So even after a well is plugged, why there's this new oil and gas intensity rule is what the state has found is that even though they're plugged, some of them are leaking, and they were leaking a lot more than the state had estimated. And so that's why I think sometimes people have a sense of comfort that, oh, that's a plugged well. And so, some of these wells, like these were, I think, 75 and 76. And so even if they're plugged to a different standard than that we would have today. And so that's, the discussions I've had with PDC.
Right, plus they have a Kaufman well in there that's just to the right of the Outlook neighborhood. And Kaufman has an interesting history right now. But I'll get those other names to you and also check on those because they've been of concern.
Great, thank you, ma'am. Appreciate all the information. See you in 2 weeks.
Thanks.
All right, 7 o'clock and some change. We're gonna do the URA meeting now. I'll call the meeting in order, ask the clerk or secretary to call the roll. Present.
Present.
Excuse me.
Present.
Vice Chair Allen Thomas. Chair Madera. Or Commissioner Madera. Commissioner Chacon. Commissioner Noble.
Present.
Inside, obviously, but it is a green disorder and it is a biological and it really requires medication, not so much therapy. So she's had lots of therapy, but it's only gonna help so much. He's not well.
Nugget scan.
Commissioner Hurst. Commissioner Kim.
Here.
Commissioner Ford.
There.
Commissioner Douglas.
Here.
Commissioner Tedesco. Commissioner Lovato. Commissioner Machuga.
Here.
Okay.
Here. All right, looking for a motion second to excuse the members not present. Vice Chair. Ford. Second. Have a motion second to excuse the members not present. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Now I'm looking for a motion second to approve the minutes. Motion and a second, Commissioner Madera.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve the minutes. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, do a voice vote. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries unanimous. And now a presentation on the Mile High Greyhound Park Professional Services Agreement. I'll invite Bill Aiken, Director of the URA, to present.
No presentation tonight, just administrative business, a contract for the Mile High Greyhound Park Professional Services. This is a contract that staff had anticipated doing administratively within the procurement of either the director or city manager's level. But because of the history of this contract and in the last year when a different contract for the same consultant was considered, there was some discussion about bringing it back in 2023 if we were going to extend that relationship in any way. We do have Rick Wells from Real Estate Generation here tonight. If there's any questions about him and or for the project, but essentially now that we've entered into negotiations with DPC companies, there's a lot of financial analytics associated with that. We've started a process to secure underwriting and finance on the institutional building. It's typical and often that we would have a consultant to verify and or to assist us in those negotiations and those financial calculations. Rick has been assisting us for the last several years on this as the owner's rep in an owner's rep contract. That no longer made sense since you've hired staff now to oversee that the day to day. So it made a lot of sense to have Rick and his institutional knowledge and abilities supplement and assist staff on an hourly rate now rather than a lump sum rate with interest. So what we're asking for tonight is direction on a professional services agreement to help with the negotiations and financial calculations as we're negotiating tracks A and B and the underwriting of the institutional building. Any questions, I'd be happy to answer them. And like I said, Rick is here as well if you have any questions for him.
Anybody on the URA board have any questions? Commissioner Noble?
I have questions. When we had these discussions last year, we had all agreed that we wanted progress reports because we wanted to be able to verify what work was occurring under that agreement, that there was a level of dissatisfaction by the URA board. So I guess I'm confused, since we did not receive the progress reports, why this is coming forward to us, as if there's an assumption that we would move forward with it.
I wasn't privy to those conversations about the progress reports. I do know that he was sending some information to other staff who were not involved in the URA. I'm not sure if those were getting out, but his contract did expire a few months ago. And so there might have been a lap between when those last went out and when his contract expired, but I'm not as familiar with a discussion around progress reports.
It would be in the minutes, I think.
So I do believe, and we'll find an exact date. Obviously, there's obviously no rush. We can always bring this back at a future time so that you can have that as part of this discussion. We had initially done those reports for about 4 to 6 months. They may have fallen off, so we'll have to figure out why that happened, but we'll be able to get that information.
Becker? Let's take a 5-minute recess real quick.
We can't do
What's that?
executive session.
What?
We cannot do, it's a study session, so open meeting law prohibits.
URA
it.
needs
This is URA.
Oh, right, yeah. That
Take a 5-minute recess. At this time, I'd like to make a motion for the Renewal Authority to enter into an executive session pursuant to CRS 24-6-402, sub-parentheses 4 and E, for the purpose of determining positions relative to matters that may be subject to negotiations and developing strategies for negotiations concerning a professional services agreement or any agreement with an owner's representative or similar services for Greyhound Park, and for the purpose of conferencing with an attorney pursuant to CRS 24-6-402, sub-parentheses B, relating to such agreement.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to enter an executive session for the purposes stated. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. We're gonna go into executive session for a little bit. We'll come back and reconvene after that. No formal action will be taken during the executive session. Mr. Machuga, I believe that Ms. Rodriguez will be sending you a link to the executive session meeting for you to be able to log out of the current meeting that you're logged into and log into the new meeting link that you received.
Okay.
Thank you.
Finish 12.
For thank you is coincidentally similar to this Portuguese word of thanks.
Five for fighting for.
Throwing one of these gloves and
Hey, Brittany.
was a great insult, and taking one up was a signal that the fight was. Run down the gauntlet, right?
King 8.
Ben Nevis, 1602.
Mr. Machuga, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. I haven't got that link yet.
Yeah, you need to get out of this meeting right now, and you have an email waiting for you for the new one.
Okay, all right.
Thank you.
You did that.
All right, the URA Board of the City of Commerce City is back out of executive session, and we need to provide some direction to our city staff regarding, and URA staff regarding this contract. I'd like to start with personal comments and listening to the negotiations that have taken place and the dollar values associated with the hourly fee as well as the minimum hours and fees that can be allocated towards this contract. I have grave concerns over proceeding with it, especially whenever you consider the amount of obligation that currently exists under other professional services agreements. So for that, it is my preference that staff go out and put an RFP on the street in order to find and see if this is the best deal for the URA and the residents in the city of Commerce City. I think that it's great that you're going to have the support you need to be successful, but just want to make sure that we are getting the best bang for the buck whenever it comes to the terms of the contract. Again, personal opinion, and I'll let the other commissioners chime in now at this time whether or not they would like to see that or if they'd like to proceed in the direction that you brought to us this evening. Commissioner Douglas?
I would agree. I think that we should put our feelers out to see if we can get to do the best job for the city.
Vice Chair?
I agree.
I agree. You find, see if there's anybody else to.
Commissioner Madera?
I'll just echo that. I think it's in the best interest of the URA to receive multiple bids.
Commissioner Noble?
I think a team that addresses the issues that you raised is a good idea.
And I agree.
So, Commissioner Chacon?
I agree as well. Put your feelers out.
One more.
No arguments.
Okay, staff, do you have direction?
Yes, sir.
Is there anything else we need to discuss this evening for the Urban Renewal Authority?
No, sir.
All right, and our next regularly scheduled Urban Renewal Authority meeting will be June 12th.
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. Are we to the point where those are regularly scheduled or they still have to be special meetings every
They
day?
still have to be special until we're able to change bylaws and other ordinances, but we're working on that.
Oh, we are.
Yes.
Okay, great. All right, thank you very much. We will adjourn from the URA meeting and we will reconvene the study session. And our next presentation is going to be on abandoned shopping cart ordinance discussion on by Jenna Hahn, Executive Management Analyst, to present.
Oh, that was funny. I don't need the presentation. I can just talk. No, okay.
So this is an ordinance to ban all shopping carts within the city.
Absolutely.
Hey, if you don't have shopping
Well,
carts.
sort of with conditions.
If you don't have shopping carts in the city, you don't have to worry about them being abandoned, right?
First the bags, then the carts. Jeez. I was just scared. Reusable bags, reusable bags. Only so many.
That's not Eagle Point.
Bring your own.
To bring your kids
Bring
to
your
the
own
store.
Just bring your own cart.
And you need the
That's an
minivan or
Little
the.
folk.
That's an option.
I do.
It'll create a new market.
No, I have a
You wanna
baby
go in
shop.
business with me?
I have to have it.
Shopping
It's
carts?
early shop. It's move my jams from my car to my vendor.
I have a
Do it
plastic
back
cart,
to
but it's
my
more
cart.
for wrangling the kids than it is wrangling food.
And I just use.
You know, like, I mean, all the soccer moms all have those little carts in there. See, we don't need shopping carts in the city.
Well, that could be the direction at the end of this presentation. I almost got a
You know what?
wheelbarrow.
We put the Presentation, put that direction out there and we'll move on. Next up is part.
I just carry it until I can't put anything in my arms anymore.
All right, please proceed.
Hello, Mayor, City Council,
Janahan, nice to see you all again. We are here tonight to discuss an abandoned shopping carts ordinance. So in order to do that, we will first talk about our current abandoned shopping cart problem, overview 3 model ordinances that are used successfully around the country, discuss staff's recommendations for the ordinance, and go over council's desired next steps. So first, some background. I am sure that most of you are aware that abandoned shopping carts are becoming an increasing problem, specifically in our core city. Our data shows that most carts are found within a 3-block radius of 60th and Vasquez Boulevard. And even though staff does reach out to businesses to alert them that their carts are off premises, businesses do not always address our request to collect their carts. Therefore, staff regularly responds to CRM requests to pick up shopping carts, and our new hot shop crew collects carts that they find while they're out on their route. So why is that a problem? Well, a shopping cart that has been removed from the premise of a business and left on public or private property does constitute as a public nuisance and has a potential hazard to the health and safety of the community. And I do want to highlight that the problem here is not that abandoned shopping carts are a theft concern, but rather the concerns are that these abandoned carts create conditions of blight. They obstruct free access to sidewalks, streets, and other rights of way. They can interfere with pedestrian and vehicular traffic and occasionally impede emergency services. So our current enforcement efforts are limited. Again, businesses are not collecting their carts when they're requested. We also don't have the ability to fine businesses for abandoned shopping carts found off premise. There's no code section to back up any of our requests for businesses to collect carts or for us to be able to fine the businesses for causing that public nuisance and safety concern. And it's estimated right now that about 20 carts are collected on a weekly basis by our city staff. So there are different challenges when we think about how we can solve this problem. First of all, we have to figure out how we define abandoned shopping cart. For example, if there is personal property inside of a cart, we can't classify it as abandoned because that could lead to some Fourth Amendment challenges with search and seizure violations. There is potential financial impact on small businesses depending on the approach that the city would take to reduce abandoned carts. And that would be coming from the requirements to implement shopping cart security or return programs. So we don't want to hinder our small businesses. Addressing the problem can also impact individuals experiencing homelessness. Some carts are owned by homeless persons. They've purchased them at auctions. And sometimes under abandoned shopping cart ordinances, homeless individuals can be unfairly targeted and penalized for their use of shopping carts, despite the fact that they're using them out of necessity. So that has to be a consideration. And of course, the staff enforcement taking up time to collect those carts and city storage capacity. If we were to start collecting carts, where would we put them? So there are different challenges we have to overcome when we think about how to draft an ordinance to address this growing problem in the city. So we'll go over 3 model ordinances that, again, already exist. We're not recreating the wheel here. These are models that work well in other cities, but we have to look at which model works well for us. So the first approach is the find and fine model, and that involves implementing an ordinance that requires businesses to take responsibility for preventing their shopping carts from ever being removed from their business premise in the first place. Under this model, businesses would be required to label their shopping carts with an identification placard. And then if a shopping cart were to be found off the premise, the city would be able to fine the business for that cart. This approach avoids those search and seizure concerns I mentioned earlier, and it is the least impactful of the 3 approaches that we'll go over because it does not require hiring new staff or contractors. And this model avoids any interpersonal confrontations between city staff and the people in possession of shopping carts that are off premise. The second approach is find and impound, and that model involves a city identifying and removing shopping carts that have been abandoned in public spaces. Under this approach, the city staff would conduct regular sweeps of public areas to locate abandoned shopping carts. Those carts would then be impounded and held at a designated storage facility until the owner of the cart pays to retrieve it. If there are uncollected carts, they could be sold at auction. However, this is the most police power-centric model of the three approaches. It would require significant staff time and facility storage capabilities. We'd have to either hire new staff or a new contractor. And another concern is that we just don't have the storage capacity to impound the amount of carts that we're finding on a weekly basis. The third approach is the find and return model, and that involves identifying abandoned shopping carts and returning them to their respective businesses. So here we'd have to have city staff or hired contractor conduct regular sweeps of public areas to locate and then return said carts to the business it originated from. This approach would require some sort of cost share agreement between the city and the businesses, since we're doing them the service of giving them their carts back. And it would potentially require significant staff time, and it would certainly require the ability to transport carts on a regular basis from where they're found back to the business. So for staff's recommendation, we suggest using the find and find model. First and foremost, that problem or that solution addresses the problem at hand, which is preventing blight and risks on public health and safety. The model is also the most proactive approach and avoids the most potential challenges. It also holds businesses accountable, which is something we're not doing. It would require businesses to have shopping cart tagging and identification in place. Businesses would need to implement some sort of security measures, so whether that's electronically activated self-braking wheels, hiring security personnel, etc. And it also requires a proactive effort on the businesses to go out and collect the carts that are found in the immediate area offsite of their premise. Under our draft ordinance, that would occur at least once during the 60 minutes after closing each day. So businesses would have to go out and search for their abandoned carts. That ordinance, of course, would require an update to the nuisance section of our land development code. And the penalties would be consistent with other nuisances. So that would be fines on the businesses, not the folks in possession of the carts. But if a business had a failure to retrieve the abandoned cart within 24 hours, they would be fined $100 for the first abandoned cart, all the way up to $999 for each cart after the third one. And if necessary, we would have the ability to call an abatement hearing. That model ordinance we've put together adequately addresses the blight and public health and safety concerns, but it does also have a small theft deterrent component because of those required placards. So we would be able to know, did this come from X business, or is it a cart that's truly owned by someone who purchased it? The ordinance would also help to minimize the appearance of the city criminalizing owning or being in possession of an abandoned cart, because this ordinance is about preventing blight, not targeting the people who use the carts as tools. And that is important because other cities, including Denver, that have implemented abandoned shopping cart ordinances have received some negative publicity in the light that perhaps they were unfairly targeting homeless populations. So we feel like this approach avoids that. That's not our goal. Our goal is to hold businesses accountable. But do want to make council aware that that has happened in the past. So our next steps here would be to solicit feedback from you all. Do you agree with the find and find model, or are you interested in exploring one of the other two models? We would then work with our city attorney's office to update the code. We'd of course have to inform and educate our businesses so they have ample time to implement the new standards. And we'd also need to train our staff on new service expectations. But with that, I'll open it up to questions, and I see I already have one.
From Kim.
Couple of questions. One is, has the city actually returned the carts back to the businesses in the past? And if so, what has been what's the word I'm looking for? What has been the perception from the businesses?
So I believe right now we are just simply collecting and impounding what we can. So we haven't actually returned anything back. Please feel free to correct me if I'm wrong. We have, however, alerted businesses, you know, your cart is at X and X intersection, or your cart's here, please come get it. And those requests usually are not honored.
So we do collect and we do return. It's not always consistent because obviously when we return certain cards, whether or not they are willing to accept them as that's my card or that's not my card. So you kind of get into that. I will say we've generally have made all of the business with where we generally find where those cards are located. You can kind of make the connection. And it's been pretty much, okay, thank you, but no real changes are going to be made. And we make and have those conversations with managers of those businesses, I would say on a 2-week basis about finding their carts in locations on private property or rolling across our public rights. And they have not taken necessary steps proactively as a business to make changes. So.
Okay, and then the other question I have is regarding you had mentioned earlier that the majority of the carts are found where? Vasquez and where?
Within a 3-block radius of Vasquez and 60th.
Okay. With regards to staff's recommendation for the find and fine, what other cities actually currently utilize that model? And what has been the feedback received, what has been the feedback received?
So there are, I believe Denver uses the model. There are a couple, or most of the cities that have an abandoned shopping cart ordinance now use that model, because the other 2 models just have other potentially negative implications when you implement them, whether that be on the homeless population, staff time, the negative impacts on businesses. So cities are trending to move towards that find and fine model.
I believe the first city that in Colorado that had the find and fine was city of Lone Tree. That was back in 2017. And I don't believe, based on their premise, that they've been challenged. Obviously, there was a little bit of community feedback about that ordinance, but it's still in effect and still being respected by the businesses that obviously have significant shopping carts.
So they've actually started to adopt it essentially and kind of,
I
once
think
they adopted, probably not the right word, but yeah.
I think they've seen more proactivity based on the businesses base that has been longstanding, and those concerns and issues have diminished significantly over that 6-year period.
Okay. And then with regards to the majority of the carts found near Vasquez and 60th area, what would you say the majority of those carts, what businesses do those carts typically belong to?
I'll go for it.
Okay.
I think it goes
Walmart,
between
King Supers, Dollar General.
I think go with your grocery to a hybrid between grocery and home improvement, home furnishings. Those are probably the bigger ones in which we find being non-compliant.
And they pretty much say, hey, thanks for the cart back, or they don't even respond. Is that when you tell them that you have your carts?
That's an accurate statement, yes, sir.
So what do you think the assumption would be then, is if you were to impose the fine and fine at that point?
I think when you add a financial component to compliance, I think it ultimately will gain their attention on, being a good corporate citizen with respect to.
You would hope they would.
It also solves a lot of the challenges that we're experiencing, right? With businesses say, no, that's not my cart. Well, we obligated them by the ordinance to tag the cart as King Soopers, Walmart, et cetera. So you can't debate that. In addition, they would be required to implement those various security measures to even limit the carts from going off premises in the first place. So in addition to being more compliant, they have to be proactive in helping us address that safety concern.
So I think one of the other things that wasn't shared in the presentation, but is something that we feel when interacting with the community is that when we find these carts that are just been left on private property, whether or not they were the ones that brought it, technically under our existing orders, we should be fining the private property owner, even though they had no part in playing with an individual leaving a cart on their site. So we're also trying to balance to, where the issue is emanating from and trying to prevent, an interaction that, right, even though you didn't have anything to do with it, we still have to take action against you. And that's an unfortunate aspect of just how our ordinance is currently constructed that we're trying to also remediate.
Honestly, I like the recommendation, the find and fine, because it really holds the businesses accountable altogether, in my opinion. That's all I got. Thank you very much.
Councilmember Douglas.
Oh, no.
Councilmember Douglas and Mayor Pro Tem.
How many small businesses are finding carts like that?
I don't think we have that exact data at this time. It's certainly something that we could look into. Something else we can consider is, implementing this ordinance based on the number of carts you have as a small business, right? So if you only have 10 carts, for example, in your business, are you the problem or not?
Yeah, I just wondered how it would impact a smaller
Right.
business, and are you finding that many carts taken from smaller businesses? Because if it's 60th and Vasquez, I really can't think of smaller businesses. Well, liquor stores right there.
We don't have a lot of smaller businesses that have shopping carts. We do know that. And something else that we could consider would be, small business assistance, because again, we don't want to negatively impact our small businesses financially in order to deter the larger businesses from causing this problem.
I would say anecdotally, it's probably going to be your larger, more well-established home furnishing, home improvement, grocery stores than the small business. We don't have a lot of small businesses that rely on shopping carts. So that's just speaking anecdotally.
Yeah, that's why I asked the question, because I want to make sure that we don't.
Dollar Tree is one of the few that come to mind as having.
Dollar Tree is not a small.
Well, smaller than the others.
It's
sure.
Yeah, it's a huge corporation. And, yeah. I had another question, but I can't think of what it is offhand. So.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, didn't the city, I didn't hear it mentioned, but didn't the staff also send letters to all the?
We did.
Yeah, and they didn't respond, right?
No, ma'am, they did not.
And then on slide 7, it had mentioned about a shopping cart. It was saying if personal property is left in the cart, then it's abandoned. So I was just curious, what if the property is in the cart and there isn't anyone there? How long does the city have to wait until it's considered abandoned?
That would be a question for our legal team. There are a lot of concerns with seizing personal property.
Because I really do like the find and fine approach also, because main reason it's less impactful to the staff.
And again, if the carts are actively being used, there's a high chance that that individual has purchased the cart.
Before we move to the fine, I just, and I'll admit, I read over this topic and wanted to just hear it. I didn't get a chance to read the full draft yet. Like normal, I'd like to offer them the opportunity to be compliant, and then if they don't want to, if they can prove that they have a program in place to rectify the issue, great. If not, you're not part of our fine system, for not doing that. And so I think you can get some compliance pretty quickly in that.
Just so I have a better understanding, are you saying as opposed to, if you want to go to slide that, your first infraction or violation?
I would say, this is what I'll try to explain it a little better. I think we do what Lone Tree has done. If a company can't prove that they have a process in place to rectify the situation. So, you basically create an ordinance. This is what the ordinance outcome we're intending. We're willing to work with you if you have a plan in 90 days or 120 days that is approvable by the standards we've set here. Then we move on. But if not, we're now going for every card that we find, we're going to find it.
Thank you for that. That helped me.
Councilmember Noble?
I do like the find and find. I didn't hear among the recommendations at the end about having all of the cards branded, if you will. Some of them are obvious, some of them aren't. I don't think, for example, Ace Hardware in my area says Ace Hardware. I could be wrong, but it doesn't seem like it does. So if making that occur is a good idea.
Absolutely.
I do have concerns about any sort of electronic, requiring some sort of electronic locking device, because that could be an expense for smaller companies that I don't think is required to make this work, because people take it out into the parking lot, and the parking lots can be quite large. And at what point does the lock come on? Those electronic devices could be expensive. They do have, I think, at King Soopers though, if you're about to shoplift, it will shut the cart down at the door. It doesn't. I made that up. Yeah.
So we wouldn't.
I've seen carts lock up.
We wouldn't require that, electronically activated wheel locking mechanism. It's just one of the 5 options that we identified in the ordinance as an example, but there are other suggestions that the business could.
Yeah, that they would do themselves. They can figure out.
So
what
if they want to do
so
the
they don't have
electronic
to pay the
locking,
fines.
great. If not, there are other options that are acceptable to the city.
So they will choose what they want to do
Yes.
in order to avoid a fine.
Other than the placard requirement, that is not negotiable. You must tag the cart and identify that.
Right.
That's your business.
Okay, that's what I'm agreeing to.
Those also lock at the end of the
Commissioner, Councilmember Madera, and then the mayor.
Yeah, I'm in agreement with find and find. Part of this is you take away people's bags, and now, some people don't have cars, and so, a lot of those people that are taking the carts are simply walking in from Walmart down the street to just outside the Hollies, and then they leave the car right there. On the sidewalks, people can't use the sidewalk anymore, and then take their groceries home. So yeah, I'm in agreement with that. Hopefully, what I'd like to see come out of this is where they're proactively going and picking up cars. Because I think the one problem that we're gonna have with this is that 24-hour requirement where, one of the least enforced codes that we have right now is parking, right? Because you have to have someone come, take notice that there's a car parked in front of the residence, and then they have to come back 4 hours later to check to see if that vehicle's still there. So I think, we're gonna have to have some kind of tagging, whether it's putting the warning on the card itself and then having someone come back in 24 hours in order to enforce that. And that takes time, especially when all our enforcement right now is extremely busy, and it's hard for them to make it back a lot of the time. So that's my only concern with this. But I think, hopefully that monetary penalty brings some accountability to these businesses where they do, tag it with air tags or what have you, and then at least daily, have someone go and pick up their shopping carts and bring them back.
And like I said, I just wanted to add, I'm strongly for this. This has been an ongoing problem since I've been on city council, and most of it occurs in my ward. And it's getting to the point where a lot of residents now, like it was brought up before, they're getting shopping carts floating around the streets and stuff. So I can't stress enough. I think it does need to be, the stores need to be held accountable. We shouldn't keep taking the staff's time. They've been reaching out to them, sending them letters, et cetera. So we would have to strongly do something. So I'm strongly in support of the fine and fine.
How long ago was this, the letter sent?
I want to say we sent a letter, once again, I think we'd have to go back and confirm it, but 6 to 8 months. We do it on we used to do it on an annual basis, saying, hey, we're finding these shopping carts as an issue. Love to work with you on it. We actually have our code enforcement that go in and speak with the managers of those businesses specifically. And since I've been with the city, it's been a non-compliant issue for going on almost 4 years. So.
Okay. Have your direction.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
All right. Sorry. Now, I don't know what a shopping cart costs, but $1,000 a piece for a fine seems a little bit steep. I mean, yeah, I want them to keep them on their property, and I noticed after Denver enacted this ordinance, Home Depot up in Stapleton with the electronic locking devices, and hopefully it keeps them on their property. However, one of the things I noticed that really is an eyesore and impacting traffic is tonight I was at 73rd and Magnolia Street in the gutter between the sidewalk and the road and partially on the road. There was like 4 shopping carts completely full of stuff, and I'm sure it was a homeless person's property, but it was covered in a tarp and wrapped up with a bow on it, just sitting on the side of the road in our right of way. And you can't do anything about that if it's in our right of way?
I
So,
think-
go for it, Sarah.
Yeah, obviously, if there's a serious public health issue, that's a different matter. So
To me, it's
it could
like
be moved.
a boat, and we've had that where a boat's sitting in the right of way. I mean, this was as big as
Yeah,
a
I
boat.
mean, things like that and on public property can be moved, not necessarily seized permanently, but the issue that this ordinance, that at least the recommendation in the draft was meant to balance was like Jenna mentioned, the theft versus the abandonment of carts. And officially, if somebody has their stuff in the cart, it's not officially abandoned. And it would require quite a few different types of notices and steps in order to actually take the stuff from the cart. The city would have to retain it for a certain amount of period. There would have to be notices for folks to be able to retrieve their items.
And like
Things like-
disbanding the homeless camp type of scenario.
Exactly, it's
Same kind
exactly
of
the same
thing.
So this was.
However, what I heard tonight is that most of those carts that have stuff in them are owned and purchased by homeless people at auctions.
Well, I actually hadn't heard, well, Jenna said something about
That's
that.
that's so hard for me to believe.
I couldn't find one.
So that, I mean, that's the legal counsel I had received, but again, tagging the carts would let us know for certain.
Yeah, to me, that's just, I mean, I've heard a lot of things. That's one thing I just don't know if I can buy into. Because those 4 carts, I'm sure belong to a business at some point in time, and I'm sure the businesses don't want to have their carts stolen or taken from their property. So maybe this will encourage them to put some form of locking device on their carts to keep them on their property, which they should be doing anyway, because they buy a whole lot of carts at $999 a piece once they hit that mark, no doubt about it. So I'm okay with it, but I'm just kind of shocked that there are actually people that own shopping buggies that were purchased at auction to walk around town with a shopping buggy.
If you can get them for $5 or something.
The $999 a piece, I'm gonna start stacking them up myself.
Mr. Rogers?
So I'd be remiss to say, staff just sent me a couple of quick updates. We do have ongoing personal contact with them. And they attempt to go get them, whether they're successful or not. We see it every day on our streets and on private properties. That being said, there's also a level of frustration because they do have their carts stolen. So being able to have various mechanisms in place that they can select from would obviously help prevent that as well. But once again, we're at a stage with this kind of back and forth over a 4-year period, which we've got to take a different position to see how successful we can be. And there's nothing saying that we can't come back and revisit an ordinance after we kind of see the outcomes that have been desired and what's been delivered and make certain adjustments.
And I hope that if we do this, that it's also part of our newspaper, that there's a public announcement about it, because it's actual people who are taking the carts.
Yeah.
And probably residents who are, using them. They don't have a car maybe, and they're using the cart to get to their apartment and then leaving it nearby or their home or something. So residents are participating in this. So they need to be informed that there's now going to be a fine, and there could be some issues with the store from which they take the cart to.
Staff just sent me this image where there's about good 10 shopping carts that you can get free that they're giving out.
Yeah, the other problem is.
Is it from the store though? Or is it a random person?
It's a random person. It's just a random
That's
person.
someone doing what Mr. Ford said.
You know what? I could take them back to the store and go, hey, look, here's 14 carts from King Supers. Give me $100 a piece for them, or I'm gonna stick them back where I found them, and you can end up with the $999.
Yeah, because the recycling center
that
won't
could
take
be a
them.
business.
Yeah, it could be. Yeah.
Shoppingcart.com, selling them right now, $144.95, brand new.
Wow. Yeah, so anytime you get past the first cart, you're paying more than worth.
Put those little electronic things on it, the wheel goes.
Yep. 134 for plastic.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right, next up is parking and abandoned vehicles. I think we take the same approach as we did with shopping carts. If we don't allow vehicles in the city, we don't have to worry about parking and abandoned ones. Very good.
Not having them on the road.
Wouldn't have traffic. Wouldn't have to fix potholes. Oh, man. All kinds of problems.
Kind of was like that.
Mayor. We're about the third.
Wow, this is a topic.
Yeah,
that matters
down by
to a lot of
20.
staff.
Down by 25 for the
Parking.
That's a better day for me because I'm sitting next to them.
That's right. 3 times now.
Saw that dog out smoke, it's in the air.
There is somebody. You know, I was going back from Glenwood Springs, which is another equity symposium, and right next to Jefferson County.
I mean, they would have loved to talk first, they could use from the Johnson birthdays, when I grew up in the military, they would have loved.
I told my wife, but why is it so loud, this low?
And literally,
Let's do it.
Mayor,
and the ground right.
thank you. I'm gonna keep this relatively short as an introduction. I think we've all have experienced certain issues and continuing issues with the community with respect to abandoned vehicles, both on public and private property. So tonight's presentation is to outline a strategy that staff's been working on for the last 4 to 6 months, and be able to get your feedback and direction for us to go implement that we think will help mitigate these issues that we've been seeing. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Commander Mowry to introduce the discussion and to take us through it.
Thank you again. This will be a two-part presentation regarding the parking and abandoned vehicle study session that we had. The first part regarding the parking and abandoned vehicles, I'll be handling. The community development will handle the second part of the presentation. Quite a bit of material, so I'll be hitting the highlights on most of the slides. Really quick, some history on our abandoned vehicle process as it currently stands. A call for service comes in or self-initiated activity by one of our officers. If we find a vehicle in violation, we issue either a 48 or 72-hour notice depending on the criteria for the vehicle. Officers will then follow up on the vehicle after that determined amount of time. And then if appropriate, we will use our tow contract with the garage to tow the vehicle, or if it's a larger vehicle, then we work out some of our other towing options, which I'll explain in a little bit. If the vehicle is gone upon the follow-up, then no other action is taken at that time. If the vehicle is oversized, our community service officer supervisor will begin the process of a tow in place. We do a 30-day tow in place, try to locate the possible owner, send out certified letters, and if nobody claims the vehicle, we then after 30 days do a destroy in place. One of our contracts is with EA Towing right now. It's on a case-by-case basis, which allows us the potential to tow larger vehicles when appropriate. This is our current city parking regulations. We're currently working under the 2010 model traffic code that was adopted with certain amendments. The most current version is a 2021 MTC, which at this time we have not adopted. In here is our definition of an abandoned vehicle, which essentially any vehicle that's left unattended on private property or prohibited for a certain amount of time. If the vehicle is tagged, the vehicle has to be moved within 100 feet of the violation site and cannot return to the same location for at least 24 hours. Examples of additional parking provisions under the MTC that we enforce: no parking or standing on improved highways, prohibited against parking near various structures, right-of-ways, and within certain distance of driveways, etc. Within the model traffic code amended by the city was section 1210, which is the 5-hour parking rule. Essentially, the 1210 section states that no person can park in a residential area on any portion of the street where parking is not permitted other than adjacent to their residence within a 5-hour period, unless the person is parked immediately what we determine to be adjacent to their residence or their home. Any vehicle that's in violation of that more than twice in a 12-month period can be towed in accordance with our provisions. The issue with this ordinance currently is, first of all, it's in conflict with our land development code.
Sorry to interrupt. I think it's not actually 100%. I think there's a different slide that I should have been.
Okay, we've got some more that we go more specific into the land development code. That might be in there, so we can address if there's any discrepancies in the next slides. We're going to go a little bit more specifically into some of the areas of concern regarding 1210. Ultimately, though, we're making a recommendation to repeal section 1210, or at least revise it to incorporate more practical uniform parking limitations that we already have defined in our current MTC. We've got in here the current CRS for state law, mostly as an example to be able to show that MTC is modeled very closely to state law, so that we can try to make sure that we are not going beyond what state shows as limitations and statutory regulations for parking violations under CRS. Continuing on, how CRS actually defines abandoned vehicles, the requirements for whether or not a vehicle is determined to be abandoned on the street. Again, coming back to some of the enforcement concerns with 1210, in order for ordinances to be passed, they have to be reasonable, rational, and bear a rational relationship to the objectives sought to be achieved. Essentially, they're determined to be reasonable through due process when we relate to the promotion of public health, welfare, and safety. Currently, 1210 does not meet any of those criteria. It implies a quasi-private property interest to publicly owned roadways. Additionally, there's a vagueness in the language, trying to determine whether or not it's a consecutive 5 hours, if moving it within a certain amount in front of the residence negates the current violation. Some issues regarding vagueness in the language as to exactly what adjacent to the property actually means. Also, the problem is within the enforcement, the chalking of the tires, which has recently been proven to be unconstitutional as an unreasonable search. So we're no longer able to chalk tires to help use that as a definitive barometers of whether or not a vehicle's been moved. And then there's concerns with the perceived unequal treatment of residents depending on the lot size. We have current problems with residents in the southern part of the city that may not have off-site parking, may not have driveways, and then some of the residents in the northern side, cul-de-sacs, some of the other residents don't have what would be considered adequate enough space for parking in front of the residents without actually violating some of our other model traffic codes regarding parking too close to driveways, stop signs, things of that nature, which ultimately results in them by default having to park in front of residents that are not their own. So the code requires currently developers to build a certain amount of off-street parking. However, as we talked about, some of the older neighbors are unable to accommodate that. I believe this might have been the side that council was talking about regarding specifically the off-street parking and state visitor requirements regarding that there are parking spots that are permanently available for not only residents, but also visitors as well. Again, like we talked about, a lot of these properties do not have off-street parking, or in some of the areas up north because of cul-de-sacs and some of the developments, it's just not available to them.
Sorry to interrupt, but just to clarify, that prior slide said that this provision was actually in conflict with the 5-hour parking rule, which isn't exactly accurate. It means that the land development code requires a certain number of off-street parking per different types of development, which is a separate obligation than vehicles parking on the street.
Correct.
But I think the observation, correct me if I'm wrong, is that the reality is that many properties do not have the number of off-street parking for whatever reason. And therefore there isn't sufficient parking, is
Correct.
sort of your observation.
Correct,
Okay,
especially with the older
pushing people
neighborhoods.
to park on the street.
That's correct, yes.
And so further to Ashley Locker from the city attorney's office, I know this council is very concerned about having everybody treated equally. And so folks who do have sufficient off-street parking in these newer neighborhoods don't have the same concerns and enforcement that maybe somebody who doesn't have a garage or off-street parking does necessarily have, right? So we're concerned about disparate enforcement on those people who have to use the on-street parking because they don't have sufficient off-street parking. So that's something that we certainly don't want as a police agency or as a city, but certainly is a concern for those folks who don't have a garage or off-street parking.
Okay, so our current parking ordinance is a little bit more. Some of the other violations that we enforce prohibited by sign within 5 feet of driveway, crosswalk, stop sign, unregistered vehicles. Some of the issues, obviously the biggest one is repeat offenders. Currently have no progressive punishment or fines to correct these actions. And right now our fine schedule is the lowest in the metro area. Our fine schedule hasn't been revised since around 2008. City Council may act pursuant to CCRM 31200 to establish a resolution to increase these fine schedules. We are also able at the direction to look into surrounding agencies and see what their existing fine schedules are as well. So our recommendations regarding this, we're looking at potentially creating a nuisance parking ordinance to try to address some of these repeat offenders and how we can have more of a progressive fine schedule. We would have to obviously be aware of the fact that the cost could be increased depending on if we have towing that is related to some of these increased or punitive or progressive enforcement actions, making sure people still have the ability to get their cars within a reasonable amount of time if they are impounded as a result of repeat violations. And then a resolution to increase the fines for parking violations with a progressive fee schedule. Just throwing up here some of the parking statistics to kind of illustrate what we all know, which is obviously parking is a significant problem within our city and obviously takes a considerable amount of our resources and our dedicated time with our officers. A little bit more of their parking statistics regarding our large vehicle tow and destructions. We talked about the 30-day hold in place. Currently, we are at over $122,000 in costs for tows and destructions of large vehicles. 49 vehicles have been associated with this since the time that we started this program. 17 moved, 10 towed, and we've had 22 RVs or boats that have been destroyed on site. So some of the additional resources that we've been exploring, a reallocation of our resources and expanding of the CSO unit to have more of a direct responsibility on traffic enforcement. Expand ordinances, automated vehicle identification system at Avis. We'll talk a little bit more about why that's important. Working with the courts to better be able to track our citations and our repeat offenders, and looking at a couple of vendor contracts. We're currently working with Oak Environmental and EA Towing for our large vehicles and our destruction in place. They have approached us and we've talked to them about the possibility of using them for some other tow for the ability to be able to move larger vehicles off-site immediately if they're determined to be in violation rather than having to hold them for the 30 days before we destroy them in place. So our current code relating to the Avis system. So right now it only authorizes peace officers to make a determination as to whether or not it's a violation. Right now the Avis is specific to our red light cameras that we have set up over on the intersection of 60th and 85. Our current version of the code doesn't include limitations of where it can be used. There would have to be the look at amending it for certain areas that we'd be talking about for some of the other programs I'm going to address here in a moment regarding sport zones and neighborhoods, some residential areas. Also states penalties can't be issued unless an officer or employee of the city or county or municipalities is present during that. Obviously, red light camera violations are exempt from that. One of the programs that we're looking at would also have to be included in that for it to be successful. The proposal that we're looking at to help resolve some of this, and I'm in the process of working on a formal presentation for council, but I'd certainly be happy to answer anything that I can at this point preliminarily, but it's the safety stick system. Safety stick is essentially a solar powered parking meter that can be placed anywhere throughout the city. It essentially takes a picture of any parking violation based upon the predetermined parameters that we set up with the company. It takes a picture and sends the information of the violation to our department, and at that point we can either send them out ourselves or the company is willing to do it at a cost. Again, because of this would fall under the Avis system, we would have to expand our current code regarding Avis so we'd be able to allow CSOs to be able to view the violations and then determine as to whether or not they're actually legitimate violations and send the notice of violation out. The proposal we're looking at is a system called Park It Right, which is essentially a vehicle booting system. We're still in the early processes of trying to determine exactly how that would look. Essentially, it would either be something that we would use for extreme circumstances of a significant parking violation, or again, that progressive parking violation program that we were talking about earlier with the nuisance ordinance. Again, because of the fact that currently people have 30 days to pay for a parking violation, we'd have to ensure that people had the ability to be able to address current violations. If we do go with a progressive penalty system to ensure that people have had the opportunity to be able to address current parking violations before we are implementing a boot on the system. So some of the general penalty limitations that we're dealing with right now for our traffic violations, traffic matters are civil in nature, not criminal. Our MTC, again, like I said, by statute allows for 30 days for someone to pay a fine. Limitations that are set forth in CRS are currently no ability for a judge to be able to issue a bench warrant or an FTA on most traffic violations. Failure to pay doesn't have any consequences like a bench warrant would. Obviously, when we start looking at taking RVs, we look at the issue as people that are living in those right now and removing residences from people. Laws related to the regulation of towing companies, obviously, as those continue to change and it increase costs for towing companies, they share those costs with us. So the recommendations that we'd like to make at this point, one is the adoption of the model traffic code for 2021. Again, like I said, broadening the Avis authority so that we can include the safety sticks and expand the authority to our current CSO staff. Repealing the section of 1210, or again, revising it so that it's more uniform with the rest of our model traffic code. The resolution to increase fines for parking violations with a progressive fee or progressive penalty schedule. And then the potential creation of the nuisance parking ordinance that we discussed. And then also the potential of creating the booting process. I will go ahead and let Trish begin now, the acting director of community development, do the second part of this presentation.
So we're going to talk about private property parking and what that looks like. So this slide just is what parking on approved surfaces and what parking should look like throughout our city. So that gives you examples of what approved surfaces are and where cars should be. This is some photos of where cars shouldn't be and what our unapproved surfaces look like. So dirt, gravel, yard parking, things like that. Some of the issues with this is, why do people do this? Our driveway space, as already mentioned, is limited. So people create their own parking spaces. People have too many vehicles, and the parking space that they have, they expand by parking on the sides of their houses or in their backyards. RV parking, some of our standards, as you can see here, parked on approved surfaces and stored in a neat and tidy manner. They are well kept and not used for storage or living. These are examples of RVs that are not in compliance. You can see they are parked on gravel driveways. They are not upkept. They are what they appear to be used for living, and or they're blocking sidewalks because they're too big for their driveways. Again, the issues for here is they're being used as an accessory structure, but in our accessory structure definitions, RVs, motorhomes are not included. So by not having them included, it implies maybe that they are not an accessory use. Our driveway compliance for our driveways, oftentimes people want to extend their driveways to accommodate more vehicles or their RVs that they have. So this is some examples of how driveways can be extended properly. You can see that we do have a percentage allowed for driveway extensions, which is 50%. So they cannot overpave their yard. These are examples of non-compliant driveways. In addition to the photos that you saw before where they were using their gravel driveways or sides of their yards as driveways. These extend over the limit that they have, or they've extended the apron or the curb cut. Again, some of the issues with the driveway extensions is we don't always approve the extensions. So if it's a smaller job, we don't go out, we don't send enforcement or inspectors out to approve what they have done. So they're able to kind of just extend how they want to. The gravel extensions, what we saw are most common here. We have a mix of driveways, especially in the southern part of the city. Not all of them were paved, and we don't require them to convert to paved driveways unless they do modifications to them. And when they do modifications to them, we don't have anybody to inspect, so the other driveway does not come up to our standards. Oversized vehicles, you can see these are examples of some good parking of oversized vehicles. These are some oversized vehicles that would not be in compliance. Again, these are pictures taken of oversized vehicles in our city that we have enforced on. Some of the issues that we have with our parking for oversized vehicle is our oversized vehicle permits don't have a lot of regulations to them. There is no limit to how many a resident can have. So you can have multiple oversized vehicle permits. You just have to be able to have the parking to support the vehicles. So there's very few limitations to that program. To put into perspective what vehicles look like and what we're dealing with, up to 3 tons is more of the residential vehicles that we have. Up to 5 tons. You're getting into the larger vehicle size, and then anything in like the class 3 and below are the much larger vehicles that we have. And a lot of those okay, so probably not class 7 down there, but the ones above there would be approved for an oversized vehicle permit. In one of our codes, we talk about these types of vehicles that we have. It limits a vehicle that can tow over 1 ton. All of these vehicles here can tow over 1 ton. The exception to that, though, is RVs, motorhomes, travel trailers, camper trailers. So they are excluded from having a permit. So that's one of the issues that we have is that really what the intent of this is? Do we want to look at that and make some adjustments there? One of the other issues that we have for enforcement is our protest hearing. The protest hearing in and of itself is not the issue. It's the length that people have. So if we issue a violation to them, they have 21 days beyond the compliance date to issue a protest hearing. So if we ask for somebody to come into compliance, let's say an RV is parked on their yard and we say we give them 7 days to move it. After that 7 days, they can file for a protest hearing so that they don't agree with that violation. Then, so they have 21 days after that 7 days. On that 21st day, they come in, request a protest hearing. Then we have to send that to our hearing officer. Then they have another 7 days before we schedule that hearing. So as you can see, it keeps pushing it out. So where we're trying to get a more immediate enforcement, we're not able to do that because of the processes we have in place. So again, that might be something that we want to look at today and to consider. One of the other issues that we have, again, like I said, we don't regulate the number of motor vehicles or recreational vehicles that people have on their lots. We do have limits on accessory uses. So maybe we look at that in connection to the vehicles that they have on their lots. Some of the other recommendations that we have, we talked about permitting a lot, what we do permit, what we don't permit. We don't permit motor vehicle or recreational vehicles. We do permit oversized vehicles. Maybe we look at some of those considerations. The definitions where we add, the suggestion is to add motor vehicles or trailers when used as an accessory use to tie those into accessory uses, which could potentially limit them on there. The concrete pad or extensions, if we have inspections out there, we could ensure that they're meeting our standards. We also have allowances for people to drive or to park the sides of the house or their rear yards. But the exception to that is when there is not a front loading driveway for them to use. We don't always enforce that either. So that's something that we can consider. This is an enforcement, just an example of a picture on here. So on the front yard where we say you can maybe put an RV pad or an extension of a driveway. We do it where it makes sense. Maybe it's an extension or adjacent to the garage area rather than in the backyard or on a side yard. So that we do some things that maybe make it make sense. We also have setbacks around the yard, the back of the yard, that we don't always enforce either, because in our code, it says that we expect people to do it at the maximum extent possible. That's not always possible on everybody's property line. And they go right up and park to the edge of their property line. So those are things that we can consider as well. I think I've already talked about those recommendations as well. And that's it.
Thank you, Rick, and thank both of you for your presentations. Thank you. A few questions, concerns, but a lot of them, I'll start like with you. Excuse me.
Mayor Lowry.
Yeah, thank you. You're when you present it first, but sorry. Like on slide 5, back to slide, slide number 5. I agree with all the recommendations, but I think it's really important to keep in there the 5 hours, because even years ago, before I was on council, there was a concern, this problem with street parking seemed like it occurred because it was occurring from residents who had more than 4 or 5 cars. And it was really impacting people like who were seniors, to not be able to walk out their front door and get in their car. And then another concern, I know currently, is it correct, they don't chalk any waste now? Doesn't, if you call, don't they keep track and themselves and then come back and check if the car's still there 5 hours later?
And that's absolutely one of the problems with the enforcement part of this, is because once we were no longer able to chalk the tires, then trying to find a consistency in determining whether or not somebody is violated in 5 hours obviously requires someone to call an officer to come out and then obviously denote the time of the violation as they observed it, and then come back within that 5-hour period. And then how do you determine that that vehicle hasn't moved, come back? It does become a very consistent problem on how we enforce that by showing that that 5-hour rule was violated.
Because like I said, I do know that's previously, even years ago, and even still, I like that. I know I like a lot of constituents have told me they like it because, like I said, especially seniors, they feel like they can't even sometimes walk out of their home and a car's been there for so long. So that's my concern with that. And then the part where it's mentioned about any motor vehicle that is parked in violation of this section more than twice in a 12-month period may be towed in accordance with the city's provisions of the city's municipal code. I was just curious, I would like to see that even more enforced. Why can't it be twice every 6 months or 4 every 3 months? And then also I wanted to know when does the year start, like from their first violation until they get another one, or is it from the beginning of the year till the end of the year?
At the time of the first violation.
And then on slide 10, yeah, thank you. I really like, I think that's the one where it mentions, I do agree with creating a nuisance parking ordinance and then also a resolution to increase the fines for parking violations, especially since ours is the lowest. And then on slide 14, where it mentions that specific city employees could, yeah, the first part, current city code only authorizes a police officer, and then it says that this could be expanded to any city employee. I agree with that, but I'm a little concerned as to specifically which ones, because I think it should be more like the park right now. You know, I don't think every city employee should have the authority to, you know, make a determination on that. I think it should be maybe more specific. I'd like more specific information on that.
Absolutely.
Maybe park rangers.
Our plan would be that would be specific to the current community service officers. They would be the ones that would be responsible for the visual confirmation of the parking violations.
Okay, great. Thanks. Question. On slide 15, I really like the safety stick. I think that's an excellent idea. Seen that possibly implemented, but I didn't see the one thing I was just curious in the whole presentation. I don't know what the chief thinks as well, but I didn't see like was it explored like how Denver has those radar vans where someone is sitting in the van and can give a ticket for speeders? Has that been ever thought about or possibly looked into for the city?
We have, and obviously, and I legal can speak a little bit more on this, but part of the problem is the fact that for those, Denver has to have those to actually be manned at the time. So it then becomes a staffing issue for us to actually have somebody in the vehicle. So this allows for a non-manned way to be able to take traffic enforcement.
No, and I'm saying that I agree with that, but in addition to that, do you think if there was funding that would help the city?
So that's really been our only issue, is the fact that we'd have to have those speed trailers.
Right, so the use of any automatic vehicle identification system, which those stop sticks or these sticks are, for red light cameras, you don't necessarily have to have a person physically present, but for all other traffic moving violations, you have to have it present per the state statute, which is highly regulated. It hasn't been litigated yet of whether presence means physical presence of an actual employee sitting there,
or watching from a camera. So that is an issue where there's some gray area for the non-red light traffic type of violations, like the speeding violations that some of these can pick up on. Does that make sense?
Okay, but this is different because it's
This would
parking.
be parking, so the presence test would apply. So there is some risk of what presence means because the state statute didn't really articulate that meant.
I think it'd be nice eventually if we had funding to explore the vans as well. And then on slide 17. Where it says, thank you, where it says failure to pay doesn't have consequences like the insurance. I was just curious, it said like it did in the past, when did it change? Why did it change?
This was in response to a lot of the criminal justice reform bills that were mostly in 2020, I believe, of decriminalizing many things and not wanting to keep people in custody for non-violent kind of things. So it used to have implications like removal of your license, inability to drive, that kind of thing. But the courts are no longer, because this is a civil infraction, able to issue some of those things.
A couple more question on slide 18. I do agree with those staff recommendations where it said or it was the staff recommendations. I do agree with all of those, but like I said, I would like to leave. I went into that 2020 traffic model, but like I said, just because of seniors and concerns with the parking, I would like to see the 5 hours stay in there. And then last comment on slide 29.
Is that the recommendation slide now?
See if that's, I would just repeat it back. It's basically the one where where it mentioned that the city manager should have the authority to approve an oversized vehicle. I think the mayor and the council as a body should be able to come, because be able to come to an agreement or have the authority, like for no semi trucks, no work vehicles or no oversized vehicles should be approved, period. And I personally don't feel just the city manager should have that authority. I think it should be the mayor and the council, we all come to an agreement as a whole on oversight.
And that's kind of why I put that in there for you too, so that if those were your guys' recommendation as a whole to limit what that looks like. That would be,
because I think if he has to start making exceptions for one, then he's gonna have to start making it. So I think the mayor and the other council members as a whole should come to an agreement to regulate that.
Thank you for the presentation, and I think you had a lot of my questions answered too. A couple things too on the enforcement. I saw there was, you're looking at changing the 21 from 21 days to something. What is the staff's recommendation from changing the number of days of a violation? I forgot which slide it was on. You had mentioned it was 20.
oh, for the protest hearing?
Yeah, protest hearing. Yep.
So I would look at you all for that. It was a recommendation from the council to when our notices of violations used to be, they would have a longer period to come into compliance, and we decided to shorten that so that we could encourage compliance faster. From that, then they wanted to allow residents time then to be able to protest this. And so in order to protest the fine, they extended the protest date. So the protest date used to be at the end of the compliance date, but then it was changed to extend it beyond the compliance date so that they would have 21 days. So
would you look at probably something shorter than 21 days?
I would love something shorter,
like,
yes.
Like 2 days essentially or something? Because the quicker the better to knock it out.
Some other municipalities have done 10 days.
Okay.
For being able to protest a violation, I think we can look at other municipalities and come back to you all with a recommendation as part of the ordinance from other best practices.
That'd be great. Comment I really want to make too is a couple of months ago, I know Mr. Rogers helped me out with support from CCPD. We had a gentleman actually in a residential area who parked right in front of the mailboxes. Does not answer the door to police, does not answer the door to anybody coming to the door, only answers the door to food delivery people like Uber Eats, DoorDash, whatever the case is. And so what occurred is that you had 5 mailboxes that are sitting, that are stacked next to each other. White truck sitting right in front of it. And of course, the post office doesn't stop to, get out of their vehicle to put mail into the mailboxes. And so what happened is after a week, residents started to ask the questions like, hey, how come we're not getting mail delivered? Case in point, you had a white truck just sitting out there in front of the vehicle. Well, come to find out, one of those residents' mailboxes, they were expecting medication to arrive because their father is a senior citizen who needed those meds. So you can imagine what that does altogether. In my opinion, I'd love to see a higher fine enforcement. I mean, double, triple, whatever the case is, because I don't like how sometimes you get people who don't move their vehicles. Now, most of the time you get people who do move their vehicles. As a neighbor, you can go up and knock on the doors, hey, can you move your vehicle because post office needs to deliver mail or whatever. Anyways, just want to share that story. The safety sticks, how does that work essentially? Is it just like you said it next to like a fire hydrant and it just detects the vehicle's been sitting there for a long time? And
so we have the ability to deploy as many as 1 to 500 safety sticks wherever we determine to be. And so what the safety sticks, we find a predetermined location that we have a significant amount of parking violations. And then what that does is it's a solar-based, essentially radar that sets up a certain predetermined distance, depending on what that is, whether it be a certain area, a fire hydrant, whatever that is. The second thing we do is we set the time limitations on that. So if somebody pulls up in front of a fire hydrant for 2 minutes, it may not trigger that violation. 10 minutes, it will trigger that violation. Once it does, as soon as that violation happens, it takes a picture of initially the vehicle and the license plate. It's motion activated. So once somebody gets out of the vehicle, it then takes the picture of the person as well. So we can identify the actual driver of the vehicle. And then it will show once that person gets back into the vehicle. So we have the amount of violation time. It then sends that notification to us. And then at that point, we're responsible for sending out the citation to the offender.
so how does the stick actually take a picture of the license plate? I mean, like if this is the stick, right? You got a vehicle that's parked right in front, like on the side, so it's only seeing the side of the vehicle. How does it?
So that's why we set up multiple sticks within a certain area of parking violation. So we can set these up. I believe the radius for these is 20 feet per stick, that it will cover that peripheral area from wherever it's set up. So the camera will get, like, again, the vehicle in motion as it's coming into the violation area, once it stops, and then
would PD then run the plates to determine if the plates are stolen or anything like that too, or how does that work?
So part of what we would need to do through the AVIS system is the CSOs would have the ability to verify all the information with the registered owner, everything associated with the plate before the violation is sent out.
So other than New Jersey utilizing these safety sticks, who else is currently using them within Colorado?
Denver's under contract with them right now and is currently having 6 implemented. Colorado Springs just signed with them this week. I believe Denver is doing 10,000 sticks, and Colorado Springs is doing 5,000 over the course of the
Anyone that's already been out there for a number of years, months? I mean, that's been, sustained. Is there anybody else?
Within Colorado, these are the first ones that have done that. They had approached, we'd started talking to them before they had signed with Denver, but they already had a pretty good foothold in the East Coast.
All right, cool. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
I will just say that the use of those does have a heavy lift and a lot of restrictions. For example, you can't use any of the fine money to pay for the use of the sticks, and then the service has to be done appropriately and timely. Some people can test like, hey, that wasn't me and I didn't get served with my citation notice appropriately. So those are some common pitfalls that could happen. I'm just trying to give you the full picture of using them. I think they could be a good tool though, but it's not without challenges, is what I'm saying.
Okay. Member Hurst.
I think especially in the south, we do have to fix this problem, and I think the last ordinance tried, but it's just so, there's different issues in different parts of town, I'd say. Well, what is the consequences? Because I don't see a single consequence. I just keep like, all right, rip that up, throw that in the trash. There's no cost consequence. There's no license consequence. There's no registration consequence. I mean, I'd pay mine, but I'm not gonna get it in the first place. So, but if I didn't care about the ticket in the first place, when it came in the mail and I knew there was zero consequences, I'm shredding it. Never got it. It literally said there's no consequences.
Right. I know this is a huge issue down in the southern portion of the city. I live in River Run and I live on cul-de-sac. And there are 6 parking spaces in the cul-de-sac for people to park if they come to visit, or if you live there and you need an extra parking spot. However, 50% of the street, the people use their garages as storage and there's no room for a vehicle. And they take up every single space in the cul-de-sac, and there literally is a car parked in front of the fire hydrant and my mailbox in front of my house every single night. Every night of the week, of the month, of the year. And it gets extremely frustrating because you got a fire hydrant, you're not supposed to park in front of it. Half the time they're up on top of the sidewalk. And if somebody comes over, if you guys, anybody wants to come to my house anytime, you're more than welcome. You're gonna have to park at the end of the street down around the corner because there is nowhere to park because people with 3-car garages use it as extra living space, storage, whatever. And it gets extremely frustrating because there's nowhere to park. So I get it. I understand why people are upset. But you know, if you have those pictures that you showed up there, if you have a 2-car garage and you want to have the excuse that you don't have anywhere to park, but your garage is full of crap, really not an excuse. And that has become more of the norm because a lot of people are living with extended family and there are multiple people living in a house. And I will tell you, my next door neighbor, him and his wife are my age. And my guess is they probably have at least 5 other people living there. And I get it. Times are tough. But if every one of those people in the house have 1 or 2 vehicles per person, it becomes a major nightmare. And that's something that I deal with every day. And it's gotten to the point where I complained enough that it didn't do any good. And so I just park in my garage, park in my driveway, and if someone comes over, you have to park at the end of the street. It's tough when you have elderly parents in their mid-80s that you have to go park their car down at the end of the street for them or shuttle them and try to get people in and out. But how do you deal with that? Because it's literally an abuse, and if there are no penalties, you don't have to pay the fine. You're not gonna lose your driver privileges, those type of things. Then why do it if there's no consequence? That's part of my frustration because people have learned that you're not gonna do anything to me anyway, so it doesn't matter. The guy that has the Uber Eats comes to his house. I'll park wherever I want. And that gets to be the mentality. And we should go back to whatever you called it and start finding people for being out of compliance. The other thing that's tough for me when we're having a discussion about parking issues is a lot of times residents will complain that they get in parking notifications or whatever, and they have a hard time accepting the fact that they parked in violation. But right there on the same street that they live on, there's an unregistered, unlicensed motorhome that's been parked there and gathering garbage around the thing, and nobody will do anything about it. So it's really hard to not enforce the law on non-residents and enforce these laws on our residents, because we're the recipient of those actions. Phone calls, complaints, and things of that nature. If we're going to have parking enforcement, we need to do it equally to whether the people can pay the fine or not. It shouldn't matter. If there's a violation, there's a violation. And it seems like it's easy to pass by the people that, you know, I get it, you're down on your luck, but you're parked where you shouldn't be parked. But you know, impact the residents and not the non-residents. So it's a tough issue for me because I deal with it daily and I don't know how this fixes the problem. It makes it easier to enforce it on our residents, but what are you gonna do about, you know, the other people that are parked and we can't do anything to them because of their status? Frustrating. It's very, very frustrating.
Remember there.
So we're proposing to get rid of the 5-hour parking enforcement. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, sir. That's our recommendation, is repeal that ordinance.
And what's the replacement or?
I think I could just pipe up here. Many other jurisdictions follow the track the abandonment rule, which is park for 72 hours in one particular space for public roads. I do hear you guys though on your concern of like elderly people in residential areas. One potential thing is to have resident permitting parking on certain roads that people have to apply to. I think that would be a heavy lift on your office, but maybe something slightly different. But many other jurisdictions like Denver have for public residential areas, you cannot park more than 72 consecutive hours. And right now our 5-hour ordinance doesn't say whether it's consecutive or not, so it's slightly void as to that respect as well. And so there's issues with also people not having the same amount of parking depending on how big their lot size is. But go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm struggling with that one simply because, you know, my neighborhood, you got people that have upwards of 10 cars and their entire backyard is full. Their
Mine
driveway
too.
is full.
Mine too.
They have 2 cars in front of their house and then they have taken up into all the parking in front of 4 other neighbors' houses. That to me is not fair. I don't know if, you know, they're flipping cars or, you know, picking them up at auction, but to me, that's profiting off your neighbor's expense, you know? And so we gotta have something in place for that. Cause, you know, I also have other neighbors that, you know, they just have multiple cars. They have one car on the street in front of their house and then they park another car in front of someone else's house and don't move it for weeks. You know, they only drive one of those cars. And so I feel like we have to have something to enforce that. And, you know, what I struggle with is I go to Denver and I know I'm gonna get a parking ticket if I park where I'm not supposed to. But here, there's cars parked directly in front of no parking signs, never have gotten a ticket a day in their life. And so they continue doing it and, you know, it's hard to make something more lenient when we don't enforce what we have already. And that to me is just gonna make it even more difficult. If we can't enforce 5 hours, how are we gonna enforce 72? And, you know, I suggested having parking permits, right? Where you get, you know, so many that you're allowed to park on the street, and then anything after that you have to pay for. Because essentially what the city's become is just, you know, free parking for vehicles that should otherwise be in a lot. or somewhere that can handle that type of vehicle, because I mean, we got everything from cement mixers, we got school buses.
Trailers.
Yeah, I mean, RVs everywhere. We had 4 RV fires in my neighborhood to start the year, within, 2-3 month period. And thank goodness that, winter's over, but, there's definitely a safety concern there. I mean, one was burnt out the Fairfax parking lot, and you have people in there, going and looking through this stuff, and you don't know if that was a meth lab or, what, but there's also the public health aspect of it. And so, yeah, I think for me, I feel like we should be treating everyone the same. If you're in violation, you write them up. But, it's hard for me to get rid of that 5 hour just because that's one of the only protections that a lot of residents have. And people take advantage of that to the maximum down here in the south especially.
Much. Thank you to both of you. On the slide that listed the various tickets, I didn't see any numbers for parking tickets for overstays. Exceeding the 5 hours.
Sorry. So yes, five total tickets for the year.
Pardon me?
But we've had, I don't believe that information is on there.
Correct.
But I believe we've had 5 tickets total for the year for the
5
5
total?
hours. Yes.
Okay, that's a problem. Because there's a lot more examples in our neighborhoods about people overstaying that 5 hour. I have, if you want a residential issue, parking in front of someone else's home and parking your car there for a length of time, certainly over 4 or 5 hours, is going to cause a lot of consternation in the neighborhood, and people get very angry, and it causes a lot of problems. We passed 2 years ago or 3 years ago, a parking violation ordinance, an update on parking violations, and put in the 5 hour limit. And we also allowed 1 work vehicle, as I recall. In my neighborhood, or near my neighborhood, there is a house that's operating as a business, as an HVAC business. And they have been reported to code enforcement twice. And to this day, a year later, those vehicles are still there, operating out of the garage, and they have vehicles that you load stuff into on the sides. I have no idea what number they are. They're probably a 4 or something. Probably 6 trucks that park in a residential neighborhood. It's not even supposed to be a business. And I don't even understand why an HVAC company would get a business license to operate in a residential area. So that's another question for staff. But it should be resolved. So this is an issue. If we only have 5 people getting tickets for overstaying their welcome, then we're not adhering to the ordinance that we passed 2 or 3 years ago. We're not even following it in any fashion. So that's a big concern to me. We had a problem in my neighborhood at Landmark Academy. There were several signs running down the street that said no stopping at any time. And the parents would, of course, park at the signs that say no stopping anytime. It's my understanding that a ticket, a violation is $90. And I kept thinking, what if those 10 cars all got $90 tickets? That would be $900 a day, and somebody would learn at some point what you're supposed to do about it. The resolution was to put black signs over the no stopping so that they could now park on that street. That's the resolution. So instead of giving them tickets, which might have shifted, we were hoping to shift their use to what you're supposed to do for Landmark Academy when you're picking up a kid, but it didn't work that way. So the answer for the city was to cover up the signs instead of giving tickets to anybody. I don't understand that because it's also economic for the city that we give to people tickets. I would recommend increasing fines plus doing it progressively, as you suggested. I would also, I have lived in a city where there were boots on cars. That's what happens to you when you have a parking violation. And that's one heck of a nightmare when you get up, because I lived in that kind of neighborhood at one point. When you wake up in the morning and you're on your way somewhere and you cannot go because you have a boot on your car, not only do you have to pay the parking tickets, of course, but you have to pay a fine on top of that just to get the boot removed, right? I mean, it's all of that stuff. It didn't happen to me, but it happened to someone else. So it is a nightmare for people trying to depart. I would recommend boots. And we also talked at the same time that we were doing the parking ordinance about retaining a parking violation company so that our police department doesn't have to do this. What are your views on parking violation companies?
I think that's where a lot of this stemmed from as we were looking at that possibility, and these obviously allow for a, through the parking sticks, it's an unmanned, that we have limited resources to how many of those we can. The boots, talk about, to your point, exactly, it gets people's attention. The program that we're looking at specifically though allows for people to pay those fines and then have those boots released remotely automatically. So there's not we're not depriving people of their abilities. So we did look at some of those potentials for contracting with people to come out and do parking violations, things of that nature. These are some options that we found that are less manpower intensive, as well as the fact that as if we are allowed to reallocate some of the resources that we currently have through our CSOs, continue to increase that staffing, they have the ability to be able to focus their attention on some of those traffic violations rather than bringing an outside entity in.
In those parking sticks, how do you place them so they're not stolen?
So they are mounted, they are bolted into the concrete.
Oh, okay.
Yes,
And do you
ma'am.
put them on a normal residential street?
We would have to accommodate our current APIS language to be able to allow for neighborhoods. But yes, that would be the plan, is anywhere that we identified, the council member's point regarding fire hydrants. We certainly have that ability to be able to, if we have an area that we are determined to be significantly constantly violated every night we go out and there's somebody parked in front of that, we have the ability to be able to do that. If it's some time, and obviously the ultimate goal of these things is violation deterrent. So if it gets to the point that they realize if you park here, you're gonna get a ticket. These things that, as a result, pay for themselves. And if they eventually get to a point that nobody parks there anymore because they don't get a ticket, we have the ability to then take that stick and then move it to another location.
And Commander, you were saying that you can't chalk tires anymore?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yes, that was determined to be an unlawful search to be able to actually mark the tire.
Okay, so I think it's both, it comes down to enforcement as a deterrent.
Correct.
And if 5 hours, if it's not possible for you to operate within 5 hours, then is 10 hours possible? Because as council member Madera pointed out, if you can't do 5 hours, then why does 72 hours make it better? I mean, that doesn't seem to make sense to me. And I will be submitting yet again to code enforcement because I have a picture of the house who still has trucks in front of it and is still operating a business. And this has been a long time. So anyway, there are issues about enforcement on all levels. Thank you.
Councilmember Hurst. Thanks. I want to clarify my earlier point. My frustration is not with the city. I know what laws created or what lack of laws created our ability to find anybody, but we can bust our butt. And I'm telling you, people aren't going to pay this once they find out there's no consequence. So I really would, stress all of us to try to find a way to work with our state legislators to make this actually something that can have a penalty to it, because I think there's quite a bit of effort that'll be put in for the folks that care, they're gonna pay this. The effort will be worth it, but person that doesn't answer their door when cops are knocking is not paying a parking ticket. And so that's not on our police department. I have no issue with how we're doing that right now. But I would suggest we look at areas in which that were developed, some time ago that don't have the appropriate space. That's where we get a parking permit program installed. Those newer developments that have taken into account more of the spacing, I think it is a little different. I think what Councilwoman Noble's talking about is an issue, but I also think, I don't know if anybody's noticed this, but King Supers, the development across the street from King Supers, and all of our neighborhoods in the north have now become airport parking. And I know that for 100% fact, and especially on holidays. Go to King Supers on a holiday, there's about 17 cars in the parking lot. They're all parked as far as possible from King Supers. They're all somewhere on vacation. And that's what happens because there's people who say, oh, there's a car in front of my house. Oh, it's been there for 5 hours. Oh, it's been there for 6 days. And now you see someone come back on your camera with, large rolling suitcases, throw them in their trunk and take off. It's a cheap Uber ride comparatively to the parking cost at one of the parking facilities up Tower Road. So I think there are different problems in different parts of the city. And I think, a holistic approach is great, but that holistic approach needs to be detailed by area because there are far different problems in different areas of our city. And I think, I've been to Sean's house. First of all, the cul-de-sac parking in the center is just weird. And I know it was to try to solve some of those problems, but I actually think because the lack of space there, it creates more problems. And so we have to recognize that we had different, maybe design standards is the best way to say it. 50 years ago, it wasn't the same as it is today. So trying to find something that kind of looks at that holistically, in my opinion, would be the best efforts because until there's repercussions, we saw that quickly. Criminals learned the lack of rules quickly after those bills went into place in 2020, not just in Colorado, but just in general. And so we have to find a way for it to, we can make it $10,000, but if there's no repercussions for not paying that $10,000 fine, who cares how expensive we make it?
What about boot? Yeah, what about boot? I said boot.
So I lived in Sacramento when they were booting cars when it was legal in California and had to buy a permit every year to park and 4 times someone parked in my spot with no permit and my car got booted because I parked behind them with my bumper over in my spot and my car got booted and there was no electronic option. But I'll tell you, there could be electronic option all day. I'm not paying a penny because I already paid for that and no one's enforcing that parking spot being stolen from me. And so you create all these other issues. All 6 of those days, miss work. So because you can't get to work, the car's booted and the cops aren't showing up. And not to knock you guys, but that's not a level 0 call that you're coming to. So it's a level 4 call and you're getting there 5 hours later when I'm already missed my shift, And so I think boots create an incentive, but if it's dark and there's an issue of booting the wrong car, creating an even bigger problem for someone who really, I was damn near losing my job because of that. So, Rogers.
So, Councilmember, I had
Councilmember Douglas.
Oh, I just wondered if you pay for a parking permit though, when you have a license number associated with that space.
I had a thing in my window even at first it was a hanger, then it was a sticker that they had
Well, I would think that they would check the license plate of who's parked there and then they would have booted that car.
I never paid a penny. I just had to pay for the issue.
Well, then you missed 6 days of work too.
So I never paid for it. So it wasn't really, when it came down to it, was never my fault. What I would say is that was done by a third party. So I would say it wasn't a police officer coming and not doing their work. It was a third party driving by going, oh, that person parked over the line or whatever their justification was. And it always, I only lived there for a year. That was the problem. It's I got the heck out of there as soon as my lease was up, but that often it was a mistake.
We also have a land use conflict in the way that apartment buildings, for example, aren't they 1.25 space?
I'd have to look it up,
I
ma'am,
think
but
it's something like that. So we can't expect people to only have one vehicle, so they're gonna have to park somewhere. We have the carriage homes that have those driveway cul-de-sac things. They have no aprons and they must park on the street. So, and of course, we have the issue of affordability and people needing to, as you pointed out, multiple people live in a home together. It's a very difficult problem. I'm not suggesting that there's a simple solution to this at all. I just know what kind of problems it creates in neighborhoods when we don't have rules that we follow and that we enforce. That's the problem. I would rather change something because we've discovered that enforcement is a problem rather than not enforce something and then decide it's not a problem because we're not enforcing it. We're doing it backwards. We need to enforce it and then find out if there is a challenge rather than making it far more liberal and then still not necessarily enforcing. It's sort of like the fireworks ordinance that we did. We did a strict fireworks ordinance and that didn't work. So we had to come back and change it again. I just think that we need to have more enforcement.
Thank you, Mayor. Another concern that I wish would have been addressed in this presentation also is I get a lot of complaints from constituents that the roads look nasty. They look nasty. So why wasn't something or can something be implemented similar to Denver, like when the street sweepers give notice on certain days? Okay, the street sweeper is going to be on your street this certain days, and then how could we address that? Because what happens when the street sweepers come and we complain, to you or to say you get the street sweeper out there, then there's 10 cars on the side of the street the day the street sweeper's coming. So then that's a problem because no one knows when to move their car or there's no notification or anything. So I think that's a serious problem that needs to be addressed, and along the line also with the 5-hour concern, especially the residents living all up and down Quebec, my street off of Quebec, but during these big concerts, not necessarily the soccer stands, but like the fish concert, etc. We overlook the 5-hour thing because we realize it's a concert going on. But if we let go of the 5 hours, like I said, it's going to create a whole bunch even bigger problems. But even, like I said, my main concern is people complain the streets are nasty, but then when the street sweeper comes, they can't even do their job because there's 10 or more cars on the road.
if I might, thank you all for your comments. Some just kind of professional takeaways for you all to chew on. So talking about the 5-hour enforcement. Understand the premise of why to keep it. Under the current construction, as much as my police force would love to be able to go out and to enforce, they cannot enforce because of the vagueness that is currently within the construction of the ordinance. I would say is how it's constructed, it benefits the resident, it benefits the issue or the person at fault, as opposed to my police force of being able to go out and enforce. So I don't view it as that they don't want to go enforce. That wording that you find, if we can go back to it, that wording on the screen, as we talked about consecutive hours, because we do have people that say, well, I moved into where but I came open, the space was back open. And since we're not chalking tires, we can't tell if they rotated a quarter, a full rotation, or they're back in where they came in. So that's why we have 5. So it's a problem for us to actually go out and have consistent enforcement unless we're having somebody who's going to sit there and watch that vehicle for a straight 5 hours. So that's a problem for us. So we're calling that out as, if you want to keep the 5 hours, then we have to look at how that language is constructed so that we get around the vagueness and are actually able to enforce. The other,
My concern is even a resident or the person living there can do that, and I have residents who would even be willing to go to court and testify to an officer in court that someone was parked in front of my house, because like Councilmember Ford mentioned, Madera Council, it's a concern when you have, 80-some-year-old people, family members, et cetera, and they can't eat, they have to worry about getting out of their car, or getting in and out if you have guests or something. So, I realize the officers can't come each time, but I'm sure the people living in those homes would testify. I know the car's been there more than 5 hours.
And I think that's where it gets back into the back and forth, right? Is it consecutive? Is it not? Because now it's a he said, she said, she said, she said, he said, he said. And that's the problem that we can't balance ourselves against unless we have something that we can hang our hat on. And I think that's where we're trying to go at, is that the easier route is bring it to the 2020 MUTC. That obviously has its own problems, but if it's the 5 hours, then let's tackle what we have in our code related to 5 hours. That gives my team more effect to be able to go out and to enforce and doesn't have to deal with the gray. The other aspect that we talked about is parking permits. Parking permits sound really good until they don't. And having come from an organization that's had parking permits in multiple different neighborhoods, what you start to find is, okay, I've got permit for District 1. Okay, I've got a friend who comes over, but I can't park in my street, or they can't park in my driveway. They've got to park on the street. So what does that then look for visitors? Do you have to buy visitor passes? Or do you have to then open up a period of time between 6 and 8 or 5 and 8 or whatever it might be to allow for people to be able to park on the street to come visit you?
Visitor passes.
Where I go with that is parking permits and wanting to go through that is not just as clean as thinking that we're going to create a district that allows for parking here, because there's other trickle down effects, having lived it, that you have to work through. Most parking permits are operated through a Department of Transportation. Most parking permits go through an annual processing standpoint. What is your revocation process if somebody is in violation? So, like I said, there's a lot of work that even goes into thinking about permit parking, and then how do you create that equitably for all aspects of the city so that you don't have challenges. So I share that with you because as we talk about this, not to say that's off the table, but I think that's even a wholly different subject to understand the pros and the cons and or the potential ramifications that it may have on existing residents and or existing subdivisions that have their own rules and regulations that they have in place.
Wouldn't that be the same problem if you are on a 72-hour? Whether it's 5 hours or 72 hours, it's all the same problems. I don't understand what solutions are being presented to us.
Well, the resolutions that you have on the screen are what staff has spent as the best way to approach and to actually have stronger enforcement.
To do what?
Have stronger enforcement, have better enforcement. So those recommendations that you're hearing are from the technical experts that have spent the time and looked at the various codes that we have. I believe we looked at between 5 to 6 different parking ordinances that we have that apply today that contradict and or don't allow for resolution, that we think have made recommendations to clean that up, that give us the ability to be more impactful in the community. We're not saying that the things that you brought up we can't go and look at, but I'd be remiss if I didn't say some of those things will still have certain ramifications that you all need to consider before saying, yes, this makes sense or this doesn't make sense, because you don't want to come 6 months after the fact and say, okay, we got to make adjustments because we didn't know about this consequence.
Just sitting here thinking through this, number one, I know that it's hard for us to come up with the additional officers to deal with parking issues when there are a lot of other things in our community that take up their time. It's not a priority. But when you talk about the 5 hour, and it is an inconvenience for a lot of people that live in our community. But I was just showing Councilmember Douglas my Ring camera. I could show you a car parked in front of my house or in front of the fire hydrant every day. And so, you may not be able to chop the wheels or anything, but if a resident has a Ring camera and can show you that vehicle's been parked in front of their house for 5 hours, can you not, you implement that law as a violation to the parking ordinance?
So great question. We've actually had residents that we've had these
And you can
conversations.
see it.
Oh, without that, but we've had these conversations with certain residents, asking for their support, asking for that. And we don't get past, I don't want to do it.
Well, you know what, if they're the victim and they have the means to prove to you that that car's been there for 5 hours, then if they want some action taken, they need to help out.
Yeah.
And if they don't, if they choose not to, if you come to my house and go, yeah, we were there, there's no car in front of the fire hydrant, I can go, nope, look, it's the neighbor's car, it's there every night, parked in front of the fire hydrant, 24/7. Honestly, I don't want my neighbor to get a ticket. I just want him to move the damn car.
Right.
Right?
And we
But
have.
it creates a problem. We had every person in our that cul-de-sac was having their windows shot out by the person violating the parking problems because they didn't like being turned in for having 52 cars. Do you really want to burn an officer's time to come over and deal with that? No. But you know what? It does get personal after a while, and pretty soon you're burning each other's houses down. It's not okay.
And I don't disagree with you. And,
It gets that bad.
we've had to actually take it to levels of mediation between property owners where vehicles are parked.
Trust me, my family's been to the mediation. They wouldn't let me do it because I was the mayor at the time. My kid had to go do it, but
I think the thing that
that lasted about that long.
But I think the thing that we fall into is, and as much as I want to rely on our residents, I can't say that 100% of the time that they will be applying and working with us on these issues. So there's gonna be the handful of times that, yeah, we get somebody who's gonna work with us so that we can then take it. But then there's also that and twice as much where we don't get that. And we're then still having to find a way to get to that position of enforcement. So staff's not saying that the 5-hour rule doesn't have a place. In its current construction, it's not allowing us to optimize our ability to enforce. And there's probably things that we can go back and take a look at that can clean up that, so it optimizes it. But obviously, when we thought about it as well, we have an MTC that is from 2001. So if you, what year? 10, excuse me. I'm going too far back. But even in that, there's probably other things within MUTC that over that 11-year period that we're not capitalizing that can make us more effective in our day-to-day. So I think looking at it globally as well, isn't just this one item, which this one item is tethered into a much bigger and broader opportunity for us to apply ourselves under more, I'll call it, evolved and existing rules that are applicable today. But that's not saying that we still can't also look at the 5 hours.
We had big discussions about this 2 or 3 years ago. And that was when the ordinance regarding parking was passed. We didn't write the ordinance. It was written by people who write ordinances. So if there is a conflict somewhere with other stuff, then it's a wonderful idea for people to get rid of the conflicts. At the same time, maybe other things need to be changed in order to comply with the parking ordinance. I don't know.
I would just want to clarify, I'm not aware of any code provision that's actually in conflict. with the
So
parking.
what were there were examples given, the MTC, I don't know what the MTC is, what is that?
1210.
So that the city is currently operating under the 2018 model traffic code, 2010, sorry. And that, and the recommendation from staff was to adopt the 2021, so potentially something in there is in conflict, but as of now, the existing codes we have there is no actual conflict. No provision that I'm aware of, they can coexist, all the provisions can coexist.
It was presented to us that there were conflicts.
Well,
So-
that's what I was trying to say, that there was no conflict when that slide came up, because what the intention of the slide meant, the intention of the slide was that the land development code requires certain numbers of off-street parking depending on the type of development. And that staff was not seeing, for whatever reason, that required number of spaces throughout the city, which suggests that some properties have it and other properties don't.
So there would be no issue if everyone was simply courteous and considerate. There would be no problem.
That's went by the wayside.
Looked at your neighbor and wanted to make a wonderful neighborhood. Until we have.
Question.
Oh, my main point with that was that any ordinance that council passes about parking, traffic, whatever, has to pass due process. And one of those considerations is whether people are being treated equally, right? And so if I have the amount of off-street parking, like a driveway in my newer nice neighborhood, I'm not gonna be targeted as much for enforcement as somebody who only has on-street parking to contend with in their neighborhood. They don't have a garage, they don't have a driveway to park in. So we're concerned about that capricious and arbitrary enforcement disparately impacting people who don't have a driveway to park in, who don't have a garage to park in. That's the concern here. And also, I was a prosecutor in my previous life, and the way that the 5-hour rule, well, I think you all passed that for very good intentions. I could beat it every day as a defense attorney. I'm just saying that if I got cited for this, I'm gonna challenge it in court and beat it. Because I don't think our prosecutors can prove it based upon the way it's written and based upon due process challenges.
Well, then wouldn't 72 hours be the same? I mean, there is no limit then.
That one passes constitutional due process because it follows the model traffic code, and you can track that and tag that differently than you would a 5-hour. As we do with abandoned vehicles, we follow that process for that.
What are you suggesting then, other than 5 hours?
Follow the model traffic code, which tracks the abandonment of 72 hours. Like
So the
other
person would
jurisdictions.
have to abandon the car at Councilmember Ford's fire hydrant and mailbox. And what would be the amount of abandonment time? 21 days?
The Colorado state statute has prescribed that as 72 hours.
For 72 hours. Okay, that's unworkable. That's not gonna work.
It would hit the vacation people.
Well, and like, this is the last thing I'm gonna say, but I would like to strongly see, this is my opinion, the 5 hours not disappear and come up with some other resolution, because I've been here my entire life. It's almost triple the population. It was a previous problem years ago. Now it's worse. And I think if we let that go, I've even got residents down the block from me currently that have put up themselves no parking signs along their fence. And then if we let this go for 5 hours, it's gonna create a whole bunch of more chaos. That's how I feel.
Put meters.
Ban cars entirely. So what's the game plan? You guys gonna go back and look at ordinances, and we're gonna have another meeting to talk about this for a couple hours?
Yes, sir.
Sounds
I
good.
mean, I didn't hear any consensus on a direction for any development of any ordinances, so.
I would say I heard direction on the recommendations for the sticket, the booted, the evaluation of the MUTC versus the 5-hour, but the preference to keeping the 5 hours. So that may require having to bring an option of what a 5-hour existence or keeping that in existence going forward versus the MUTC. And looking at the recommendations that were prescribed for the land development code.
Try to simplify it this way. You guys came with your proposals. We said what we like and don't like about the proposals. Go back to the drawing board, come back to us again with another set of proposals, and we'll see if we like those better.
Yeah.
Did that solve your issue with the consensus, ma'am?
I mean, maybe if you put that last slide, Trisha, up with the,
I
you
don't have
it?
control of
I
that
don't
one.
think we really have time for the slide to get.
Yeah.
Great, move on to reports.
Staff and myself attended the International Conference of Shopping Centers in Las Vegas this week. It's still ongoing until Wednesday.
Why are
Our
you here?
Huh?
And why are you here?
Staff is meeting with multiple brokers and developers and retailers for new retail locations in the city. Other news with respect to Public Works, as you all have been receiving, we are on our 10th flood report as of for the day. East 96th Avenue closure remains in place. We are anticipating a reopening date of June 1st, but we are working to get the road open sooner. Highway 2, the outside lane closure will remain in place for southbound, but the northbound lanes are fully open as of Saturday morning. There's shoulder work along southbound lanes that will be begin today, which will take about 1 to 2 weeks to complete. Once that's done, the outside lanes will be open. Peoria north of East 96 requires some road grading, subgrade washed out. Water still running across that road at First Creek. Fairfax Park, we continue to monitor that. And there still seems to be a steady flow contained in our drainage channels. Second Creek open space, we are reconstructing the trail and cleaning that of flood debris at the same time. The Arsenal Perimeter Trail, the bridge is still closed, waiting for an evaluation to see if it will be open so that repairs can begin. And then last but not least, in PRG, we have that summer camp start on Tuesday, May 30th. We have 45 kids who are serving for youth camp and 13 for teen camp. Both are sold out. The recreational centers will be closed Monday for Memorial Day. And PRG is working on a contract for Barry Dunn, who will be our consultant for the strategic master plan. Last but not least, with respect to Paradise Island, as we are going through our startup procedures for the upcoming season, we found out on Friday that 3 of the 4 boilers did not survive the winter season and are inoperable. We are taking the necessary steps for a temporary replacement and repair so that we'll be able to hopefully open on or around July 10th, but we are shooting to try to do that sooner. But that is where we currently stand based on the information that was received and based on the supply chain for the parts and the equipment to make Paradise Island whole. And that's my report.
Thank you for that. June 1st to get 96th Avenue open is beyond ridiculous. Recently, there was an earthquake up in Alaska, wiped out an entire roadway on a Friday afternoon. Cars were driving on it on Monday. We're dealing with floodwater. The fact that it is taking this long to get one of the most critical roadways east to west in this city repaired is beyond frustrating for every one of the residents that is impacted by the additional traffic on a road that cannot handle the additional traffic there, especially the truck traffic that is going down there. Driving down Highway 2 tonight, still road lane closures, not a single person out there doing any work. So the fact that it is taking this long, and when was the last time we had measurable rain that could have delayed the repairs, seems like we as a city are not doing everything we can to facilitate these repairs in a timely manner and get these roads back open for our residents. July 10th.
June 10th, I believe I said.
I heard July 10th.
July 10th, you were correct, sir.
July 10th. Half the summer. Because we haven't gone out there prior to May to determine whether or not these boilers are going to be functioning. And this is a repeated problem we have with this facility, where every year we have to delay the opening of it because we discovered something else that was not working, because we discovered something else. So one, we either didn't shut the system down properly to allow water to remain in those heat exchangers in order to freeze and crack the heat exchangers, or we just didn't do our job in time to determine we had a problem going forward. And this wouldn't be as frustrating if it wasn't for the fact that last year it was a leak in the pool that delayed us from being able to open up. The year prior to that, it was a pump that wasn't working. What is going on with the maintenance of this facility that is being paid for with one of the highest sales tax rates in the state? And yet we can't maintain it so that our residents can use it. And again, half the season is going to be down the tubes. Entirely unacceptable.
I don't disagree with you. Well, actually, that's a double negative. I agree with you. It is unacceptable, and I think we are taking, I know it's not what council or the community may want to hear. We are taking the necessary steps to do an after action analysis. Where did we misstep? Where did things go wrong? And how can we try to resolve it in a timely fashion? And how can we resolve it in a sense, or quite frankly, going forward, not just for Paradise Island, but for other facilities, get ahead of these issues. And I know it's not what anybody likes to hear, but I have to accept it for our organization that yes, it is unacceptable. I don't like us being in this position, and I know my team is working as quickly as they can and trying to identify those solutions if we can advance it before July 10th. Same thing with East 96th Avenue. We understand that that's a major thoroughfare east and west for a significant aspect of our community. Obviously, we all are of the mindset that we want to make sure that opening that road, we don't have any issues with that road pertaining to the reach of First Creek over it and or the substrate under the road, and making sure that we don't have any integrity issues. And that takes somewhat time. And I know that they are looking at that and working at it on a daily basis and working to get to that position so it can be open. But I can understand the frustration that you as council, as representatives of our community have. And we are doing our best to respond to it. Part of it also means having to accept when something's unacceptable and where we can, once again, use this as a teachable moment and try to improve and get back, particularly around Paradise.
Does 96 require a bridge or a culvert or a detention basin? There was an offer by the EPA on Thursday night that they could potentially consider a detention basin on the arsenal. We know from our visits to DC that there is money available for road work on 96 because it's next to the arsenal. I sent that email to everyone last week. That wouldn't get us to the June 1st, but at least it might backfill money at a certain point if we need to move it faster than it's moving. And the other thing, I also spoke to staff tonight about the possibility of seeing a photo to get an understanding of what happened at 96, of where the flooding occurred, like a drone photo or something, so we can see where it is. Because I am also concerned that because it's First Creek, that it might have been running through very susceptible areas in the arsenal and bringing out contaminants that we should all be concerned about.
We do know that, and correct me if I'm wrong, the arsenal did lose containment on site that did also spill over into 96th Avenue.
Yeah, the water actually overtopped the roadway that they put in after the 2013 floods, but it actually did overtop that road. And the reason this has been a little bit longer than what we anticipated is we're working with Mile High Flood District to potentially be able to install 2 more culverts underneath the roadway. Right now, there's only 1 36-inch pipe, and all that water, it just can't hold it. So instead of just making repairs, get the road open, we found an opportunity to work with Mile High Flood District they've got money in their maintenance budget to be able to install those. We met with them last week. I was hoping to get an estimate today how much they would be able to contribute. So I'll have that information tomorrow so that if they cannot work under our timeline, then we're just gonna get a contractor in there to backfill what we have, make the repairs and get the road open. We just didn't want to have to open it and then close it again if Mile High comes in and says, oh, we're gonna give you this money. So we've been trying to work with them as best we can.
I presume it's at the dip.
That's right.
Okay, right, and I would like to say, thank you for all you've done in terms of getting signage up regarding detours and all that kind of thing. It took us a little while to get to that point, but now it's all in place, so people have a better idea about where they're supposed to be going, but it certainly has been impactful. But thank you all for the effort. And I do agree, the sooner the better for people.
Yes, thank you. I also think it's very frustrating with the delay in Paradise Island, and I know how sprinkler systems have to be winterized, but the company who winterized these boiler systems, are they not gonna give any type of compensation back to the city for the delay? And then since it's such a delay, maybe the mayor and council can possibly offer the residents a discount in their passes since they're having to wait so long for, once again, that the problem occurred. So that's something, that this is in my ward, and it's very disturbing. Like as the mayor mentioned, it's gonna be July now 10th. And is this company gonna give some compensation if they did it incorrectly?
I haven't had those direct conversations with staff. Those will happen as we have this after action analysis, and obviously we'll take a look at what we can do for those who have passes. Like I said, it's unfortunate, it's unacceptable. Could it have been addressed so we weren't in this issue? Absolutely. So I'm not going to push away from that. Where I'm at right now with getting the information that I have, staff, how do I respond? What actions do I take? And we want to take the necessary actions. And then part of it is, right now, we have a temporary fix. And while we're doing that temporary fix, we're going to look to what is a longer term fix so that we don't have these issues. Because I've also heard in the past from our community, from our councils that, right, we do the temporary fix, we do what's easy and do it now as opposed to looking downward. What is the issues that we should be addressing when we have the opportunity? So while Sean says what he says with Mile High is an opportunity for us to leverage, I look at it at another level of it's an opportunity to perfect the roadway that we have, that this wasn't a 100-year event. This was a 10-year event. And we have another one of these within that time span. Are we going to be back in the same situation for 96 hours? So do we do it right? Or do we rush to get it open and potentially have to go back through this issue? So part of it's a balance of the decision-making that we take forward. And obviously, like I said, there's going to be the good and the bad from the decisions that me and our team make, but we're trying to make it in the best interest of the long-term benefit for the community.
Have you notified the community yet? Like, is it gonna be in next month's newspaper, or how are you gonna notify them?
I think we will do a full blast both within our newsletter, social, digital media. We will put things out at Paradise Island. We will make sure that this is widely spread through our community so that there's awareness of what we are doing and how we plan on approaching this, and or trying to work with our community for those who may have passes.
When it comes to Paradise Island, at Pioneer Park, if we're not gonna open until July 10th, can we extend the season and close it a little bit later and try to get the residents the opportunity to get the use out of it that otherwise, because of these delays, I know that potential weather, all that stuff plays a role. But I think we owe it to the community to do our best to try to not close it sooner than we have to. And I always have thought that we closed it earlier than the season would allow. I mean, it's when the kids go back to school. But that could stay open into September easy. And if we're not gonna open it, I feel obligated to keep it open longer and try to get the time back for our residents to utilize that facility. Their tax dollars pay for it.
Yeah, my only 2 cents on the Paradise Island is, I think my family probably went there 40 times last year, and I can't, and of course I didn't go all 40 times, but there was never more than one slide open at a time, maybe 2 one time I was there. So if we're gonna keep it closed, can we just make sure that we're fixing those issues too, like the water pumps and everything that are good, that went out last year? Because the blue slide, the real steep, fast one, always open. The other 2, rarely open. And so that, you know, my 6-year-old doesn't like the fast one. So it's like slides are used, you know, pretty much not useful.
When did you find out about Paradise Island?
Specifically or staff?
Just generally, yes.
Friday.
I, not to, hate to piggyback on the mayor here, but I mean, honestly, you know, as he said, you've had issues every year prior to, and now here we are again in the same situation. You know, accountability is key. Whoever is accountable for this to make it happen, honestly, heads should be rolling. Hate to say it. And then same with the fact with 96 being closed, it's gonna be closed for a lot longer now. I know the goal is June 1st, but by God, I mean, we've had this event happen before, have we not? I mean, the past.
What was the last one, 2013?
2013, yeah, I remember that. But even then, I mean, take the lessons learned from that and know that, hey, we gotta fix this. So let's go ahead and, you know, jump on it right away. It's got a priority. 96 is a major thoroughfare as it is. 104th is getting beaten down. So I mean, we're just, I don't know what the right answer is. I'm just saying, I think whoever's running those projects and especially with Paradise Island as well, screw it up every year. Here we are again with it. So just my 2 cents.
Any other questions or comments from Mr. Rogers' report?
Mr. Rogers, I did want to, you didn't talk about this in your report, but it was something I was going to bring up the last maybe month or so, and I obviously wanted to wait for timing with weather and everything else. I will say that I was pretty negative about the golf course condition for a while. I played yesterday and it's in way better shape. It actually is growing green grass on every hole. There's issues with 3 or 4 greens that got, you know, you can tell it was diseased and it's being treated right now. But I'm really happy with the effort that was put in. Well, I guess the rain really helps, but all I would ask is, you know, coming from that, there's plenty of positive there, but there's still areas that need work. But I think an incredible positive there, you know, this city from this council has made quite the investment, upcoming investments into that place. And it would just be nice to have the course kind of match what's happening there. So all I would ask is that, you know, if you go talk to any of the staff there, they know where the problem areas are. That's not the issue. The drainage is definitely helping, the drainage project that's improving that. But all I would ask now is that we just put our full focus on those problem areas, because digging them out, putting a top dressing on and laying the seed appropriately, my back still hurts from doing that at my house this weekend a second time. So I know it's not easy, but definitely doable. And I'll tell you, you know, I had several people who were like, you know, almost daily golfers there complaining about it. And they were saying how much it's improved over the last week. So it's good, but you still can call out a couple of key areas that for the last 3 years, you know, haven't had a single blade of grass grow. And those are the areas that I'm suggesting now we kind of shift our focus. We've seen what's going to come back. I mean, if it's not growing right now, it's probably not coming back after those rains and kind of the growth we've seen. So the back 9, looks amazing. The front nine is having its struggles and it's made it a lot better. I just hope that we can focus on that because we don't break even on the golf course, so that means taxpayers are funding that. I think they deserve a good course too, so.
Good as well.
Any other questions, comments? Ms. Carter?
I don't have anything. I might need another office for the moths. Okay, better.
They don't like,
Something.
I found out they don't like cedar oil or neem oil, just spray it. It smells good anyway.
Amazon tonight, thank you.
Council members?
I have one quick one. I'll be really fast. Today I met with community members and nature and community with the chair of the White House Council on Environmental Quality, Brendan Mallory, at the Rocky Mountain Arsenal for an hour. We'll walk around and talk about the arsenal and stuff. So again, to bring more funding for environmental justice to Commerce City, starting with the arsenal, that's what we discussed in the community. We only met for an hour. And saw the birds.
Check the score, the Nuggets swept the Lakers, went to their first NBA finals.
Tonight?
Yeah.
What was the score?
113, Councilmember Noble?
And they were losing for a long time. I did have to sneak a peek. That's probably when I got my flashlight. I attended the Parks, Recreation and Golf Advisory Board meeting, Advisory Committee meeting last Tuesday. And there was a presentation on the disc golf course that is going in at Frontera Park. It will be the perimeter, it will go around the perimeter of the park. It was actually very interesting and it was driven, the whole project was driven by a resident who is also then a member of the committee. So it should be very fun for people who like to do that kind of stuff. And then last Thursday, I attended via Zoom the site-specific board for the Rocky Mountain Arsenal. This board has been meeting monthly for 30 years. There are residents on it who have been involved consistently through that time. The EPA, 2 members of the EPA also attend the meeting, and there was someone who is a consultant for the EPA as well who participated. But I do think that we need to keep a better eye on the arsenal that we do, which is why I suggested that we need to know what was happening with First Creek and where First Creek is located regarding Basin F, the landfill, and the injection well. The site was remedied, as they said, cost billions of dollars. It was the most expensive Superfund reclamation, if you will, in the US. However, there could be billions spent to clean it up. It is not cleaned up, it is remedied. That's a very important distinction. And there are still water issues, there's still polluted wells and so forth. The plume has receded, as they explained to us when we were in DC, but that doesn't mean that any of the other sites going northwest of the arsenal are clean now. They are still contaminated, they still have contaminated wells and so forth. It was quite an eye-opening meeting to participate in. Anyway, thank you.
Any others? Douglas?
Thank you. Attended the cultural council meeting and we're gonna participate in the Memorial Day parade and getting ready for the music in the park events. Here, Thursday night youth commission, and that was our last meeting for the season. So the youth will be taking off for the summer, then reconvening. School gets back in and gave out awards that night. That was great. These commission meetings are always awesome. I also attended the graduation for Adams City High School And that was amazing, considering that a year ago, there were rumors that they were gonna close down that high school. The state was gonna take over. And there was $6 million that was handed out in scholarships. And they'll have a 93% graduation rate as of August, when the last 21 remaining students graduating in August. So it was incredible celebration and really enjoyed that. And it was a sign of our resilience and coming back and conquering. So.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, I was just gonna say quickly, I drove by the new Derby sign. Looks very nice. Just hope
Yeah,
we
it does.
eventually can get some landscaping around there. Just been talking to a lot of residents, so they think it's really nice, but they're concerned when the core of the city is gonna get our Monaco Park started. That's all I have for my report.
Any others? Good night, and no meeting next week because of the holiday, but we'll see you all on Monday morning for the break.